Welcome to the City Council's August 25th regular City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with the City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. I would like to introduce staff and City Council members present: Vice Mayor Drew Combs, City Council Member Kat Carlton, City Council Member Betsy Nash, City Council Member Ray Mueller. Staff present include City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson, our City Attorney Cara Silver, and our City Clerk Judy Herron. Ms. Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And again, welcome to our August 25th City Council meeting. For members of the City Council, we ask that you all remain on screen, engaging your own webcams and microphones for the duration of the meeting. Staff will come on screen and engage their microphones when making presentations to the City Council, as well as answering any of your questions. For members of the public who wish to speak on any item on the agenda, after Mayor Taylor calls for public comment, you'll be asked to engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. That will alert us that you have a comment on this item. Have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at that time. And that concludes the instructions for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Are there any informational items the City Council will be pulling for discussion at the end of the meeting? Councilmember Nash.
So I would like to discuss under the city manager's report, the COVID response and health emergency, but that's not an informational item.
Are there any other items that council would like to discuss on the informational items? Councilmember Nash, and then, well, I'll take Councilmember Carlton first.
The only thing that I was going to ask about the H3 was how our recent layoffs impacted any liabilities. And apparently I asked that of Starla, and she says that it hasn't been long enough for us to be able to calculate or see any change. And I asked that publicly because a member of the public asked me that, so I wanted to put that answer on record that I did ask, and I was told that we haven't been able to calculate that in yet. But I'm delighted that our down payment and continued funding has resulted in the fully funding of this aspect. And so I look forward to seeing how that evolves in the future. But I just wanted to get that on record since someone asked me.
Thank you. Is there anything else from Councilmember Nash? Change your mind. Vice Mayor Combs or Councilmember Mueller? No? Okay, thank you. The next item is public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda items brought up by public comment other than to provide general information. At this time, Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, I ask any member of the public who wishes to speak on our current item, which is general public comment, to engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I will have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So again, this is public comment for item C, general public comment. And our first public commenter is going to be Kathleen Daly. Kathleen, if you would like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Hi, and thank you for allowing me to speak for a second. I'm calling in regarding a letter that I received again, a second time from the city regarding the commercial and industrial facility stormwater inspection that's about to happen. I got a letter letting me know that someone will be coming by and inspecting the facility for stormwater runoff, is the way that I understand it. This same letter was sent to me a few years ago. For some reason, it was sent to myself and one other business owner at the corner of Minalto and Gilbert. Both of us happen to be food service businesses. I cannot understand why this isn't sent to the landlords. Why is it sent to the business owners, and why only commercial food business owners? I have no responsibility for runoff of stormwater. I wash dishes and do the same sort of things that every other business would do or any other household would do. A few years ago, that bill has wound up in collections because it was over $400 in a bill that I cannot afford. I can't afford it, couldn't afford it then, and I can't afford it now. So I'm trying to understand why the landlords aren't responsible, why just businesses are singled out for something that has nothing to do with the kind of business that I have. It's stormwater, it's not runoff, it's not grease, it's not French fry grease or anything like that. It's just stormwater. And once again, the bill was over $400 a few years ago. I'm sure it'll be the same coming up. The person that came out was a consultant from, I believe, Berkeley. He stayed for about 5 minutes. He told me to send some pictures when I had gotten rid of some paint cans that were outside. I sent him the pictures on my own time, and a few weeks later got a bill for $400. So I think it's an unfair charge for small businesses, and I would like to ask the council to address it. Thank you for taking the time to hear my comments.
Thank you for your public comment. And at this time, Mayor Taylor, there are no further hands raised. You may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. At this time, there's a request to add an emergency agenda item. At this time, I would like to ask the City Council to add an emergency item to the regular business regarding City Council direction on opening cooling stations and installation of air quality monitors. Before proceeding to act upon an emergency item not appearing on the agenda, the City Council shall, by a majority vote, determine that an emergency situation exists and that prompt action is required by the council. So I am bringing this item up clearly because of the air quality. There is at least one and probably two areas in the city of Menlo Park that do not have any air quality monitoring. And I would like to get the city to purchase air quality monitors so that we know what the levels are throughout the city. The cooling station, I believe Ms. Robinson sent everyone a copy of an internal policy on the cooling stations. And so I believe the request was about being specific on what we'd like to see or what the measurement is as far as when we would open up a cooling station. And in light of what's happening now with the air quality, it made sense with the heat and the air quality to put this item together. Ms. Robinson?
And Mayor Taylor, I believe City Manager Jerome Robinson is having some technical issues with her audio at the moment and is working with IT.
Thank you. Is Mr. Figueros available? Oh, Ms. Silver.
Thank you, Cara Silver, Interim City Attorney. So at this point, what I think is appropriate is for the council to make a motion as to whether you want to add the item to the agenda, and then the council can decide whether to discuss it right now or whether to discuss it in connection with the regular business items.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Well, I'm fine either way, whether we discuss it now or discuss it at the regular business item, but I definitely want to add it to tonight's agenda.
So that just requires a majority vote of the council to do that.
So Mayor Taylor, is that a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we add this emergency item to the agenda.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Taylor, a second by City Council Member Carlton to add an emergency item regarding cooling stations and air quality monitors. Is there any further City Council discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote. Councilmember Carlton,
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you,
Aye.
Ms. Herron.
I actually just did have a comment and that I wanted to make before it was called to vote. And just real quickly, I am tonight in moving forward on this. Just, I think that I'm happy to have the discussion this evening. I am, given that the fires now are contained and people are no longer being evacuated, and the heat wave has passed, so there are two things. One, when the motions being brought, I wonder if it could have been put on the agenda in enough time for staff to actually brief it. So my only concern tonight is just that there's enough time to actually have briefing and statistics from staff in terms of what their input is on this subject. So, but happy to have the discussion this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. And I'm not sure, Mr. Figueros, I'm not sure if our Assistant City Manager is here. And I know that we have not had air quality monitors on our agenda this year, but it was definitely on our agenda last year.
Yes,
Good
thank you,
evening,
Madam
Mr.
Mayor.
Figueros.
Good evening, Council. Nick Figueros, Assistant City Manager. Just to pick up on the question asked by the mayor, yes, it was about this time last year where the council authorized the mayor pro tem to submit a request to the county to participate in an air quality monitoring program that was run by, it was a partnership between the county's innovation office, I think it's the Technological Innovation Office, and the Public Health Department. We have been working with the county on that particular project. It was my understanding that they received the equipment in the July timeframe of this year. So that was the amount of time it took them to secure the equipment. And now they're working on identifying a crew to install the air quality monitors. And they have been in close contact with Deputy City Manager Justin Murphy if there are any detailed questions regarding that.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros. Is Mr. Murphy here? For clarity, one of the reasons why I'm asking this as an urgency item is because there is a problem with air quality and not knowing the monitoring, and continuing to wait, I believe, is unfair to our Menlo Park community that do not know what the air quality is. So that's the problem. We don't have any air quality monitors in certain areas of the city. So how would we know what the level is to even determine whether or not we need to go outside?
So my understanding right now is that it actually is in process based on what staff said. No one's waiting, they're actually working on it.
In process, I'm talking about current numbers today, Councilmember Mueller. There aren't any. And
No,
so that is my concern, is that there aren't any current numbers. And if the city can purchase air quality monitors that can be installed immediately, then maybe we can have readings by the weekend. So being installed, that can be 2 months. It could be 4 months. I'm thinking about what the air quality is in this moment.
Okay, I mean, if we can, I'll defer to staff whether or not they can do it faster than the process that they're already in, because it sounds like installation's already there. But in terms of impact as a whole, it was my understanding that the whole county was notified in the past few days not to be going outside, that air quality was past acceptable levels. And that those alerts were actually, those alerts were coming out. So I'm not, I understand we need to get them in. I think we need to get them in immediately. But I also want to hear from staff what the report is on what the difference in timeline.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Is it possible to get the, I believe it's called Purple Air monitor map up on the screen so we can all see who gets a monitor, who knows what their levels are and who doesn't? And so I know that there is a monitor that is for the entire Bay Area, and I believe it's located in Redwood City. So I'm talking about in the moment, having a number of what the air quality is at Onetta Harris, what the air quality is over at the Neighborhood Service Center, what the air quality is so that we know. There are purple air monitors throughout the city. I have no idea if there's even one specifically in District 1. So if we could put up a map so that we can all see, that would be great. Councilmember Nash.
So I'm a regular swimmer, and the Team Sheeper, which runs our swimming pools, it uses Purple Air. So I think it is would be a really good idea to have Purple Air monitors in the District 1, in addition to the monitors that are going to be coming through San Mateo Labs, just because one of our primary vendors for the swimming pool and for some of the activities there actually runs all of his, makes all of his decisions based on Purple Air. And as I believe we'll see soon, it's been painfully obvious that there are no monitors at all in the Belhaven area or even in East Palo Alto that are being used for this determining whether or not our swimming pools and other facilities are open.
It looks like there's very few in Atherton as well.
Well, our focus needs to be in Menlo Park.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may, just may I?
Yes, please, Mr. Figueros.
Purple Air was basically a self-monitoring program. It's very similar to my knowledge. It's very similar to Ring.com. So if you have a Ring.com or a Ring doorbell, you'll get a message that there was a alert somewhere in the neighborhood. It's really it's a home. It's a consumer product. It's not a product that the city has, to this point, determined sufficient to make policy decisions. Now, that's something the council can direct, but it's my understanding the vast majority of these monitors are independently owned, if not all of the monitors are independently owned that we see here on the map. With that, I think if the decision is to move forward with Purple Air, we need to understand how we're going to use that data and how that impacts our operations. One of the dynamics of air quality monitoring that we are very familiar with is it can change rather rapidly. We monitor as an employer the air quality index from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And when it reaches a certain threshold, to protect our employee safety, we bring our employees out of the field when the triggers hit a certain level. And as Councilmember Mueller mentioned, we were recently under a air quality alert from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District for the entire county. Purple Air, I don't know how long it'll take to get those. There is a question about how the information and data will be used and how that will inform policy decisions and operations. And secondarily, there's a maintenance consideration, and there could even very well be a reconciling between monitors. I think if we look at the map there, we see in relatively close proximity varying levels of particulate matter. Which I think that the orange represents a higher particulate matter, and right there we see in Palo Alto, for example, there's orange on top of green. So which one do we rely upon? And so those are the types of questions that we would want to explore further.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I would strongly support the city getting a Purple Air monitor or several Purple Air monitors. They are $259. Right now, there is a 6 to 8 week time delay. I don't know if a government agency can actually get them more quickly or not. But essentially it's $259 and you can put them in, and there is, they recommend no maintenance, that essentially for $259, it just works. And I don't know that there's, it probably is just replaced, but I can, one of our vendors is using Purple Air and runs a facility in is running our Belhaven pool and camps in Belhaven. So it seems to me that it would, it makes some sense to get them while we are waiting for the especially while we are waiting for San Mateo Labs to come through with their air quality monitors. From the research that I have done, the Purple Air is, it is a reliable source. It has, it tends to run higher than the government monitors, but apparently the trends when the government monitors run go up or down, the Purple Air tracks the same way, so that they're considered fairly reliable. And again, one of our vendors is using that as to open and close pools on an almost hourly basis.
I have a follow-up question for Councilmember Nash. Do you know if he has monitors, since he provides service at one of the facilities in Belhaven, if he has a monitor there? And if not, why not?
He doesn't, but he, as far as I know, he does not. There are basically the website, the Menlo Swim website sends people to the Purple Air to just check generally what's happening. And they actually closed the pool at a reading of 150 ppm, I think is what it is. But I don't believe that there is a monitor there. At least I believe it would show up on the website if there was.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller?
Do we know if Mr. Sheeper, so Mr. Figueros, can you join us again? Yes. Do you know if Mr. Sheeper has closed the pool in Belhaven during this time period due to air issues? Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do not have that information. Library and Community Service Director Sean Reinhart may have that information. One of the just general observations is based on looking at this map, it doesn't appear that there's a sensor at Burgess campus, if I'm reading the map properly. So I don't know what this map reflects. I don't know, again, this is something that we would want to explore further and in greater depth to understand how the information will be used. And Sean, are you available to answer Councilmember Mueller's question?
Yes, good evening. Sean Reinhart, Library and Community Services Director. Councilmember Nash is correct. Menlo Swim and Sport, which operates the Burgess Pool and the Belhaven Pool, have closed the pools on a few occasions in recent days due to air quality. I think they use a combination of factors to determine when they close, including just like what are the conditions out on the outdoor deck as far as like smoke that they can kind of smell and see, as well as the air quality index.
All right, so do we know if they've closed the pool in Belhaven as they've done in Burgess?
I've been kind of following, they send emails out pretty regularly on that, and it looks like they kind of treat both pools the same throughout at least the past several days. They've either had them both open or both closed, depending. Okay,
so there's been no difference in effect. And then my other question is back to Mr. Figueros. And I'm not trying to be obstructive to purchasing monitors. We had this on the agenda last year when I was mayor, and I want them purchased. I just am trying to ascertain, because there is no staff report, what the current status is of the project that started last year, and whether or not any action by the council at this time would actually be a good use of funds, given how much time those air monitors will be going in versus the 6 to 8 weeks waiting for purple air. And also just understanding from an analytical perspective what people are relying on in making these determinations, because it seems that Mr. Sheeper is closing the pool in Bellhaven at the same time he's closing it in Burgess. So Mr. Figueros, when do we expect those air monitors to be installed that were started, the process was started last year?
Councilmember Mueller, I do not have a specific date. We are working with the county to get those moving. My general sense to answer your question is if it's sooner than 8 weeks, but I don't have that I don't have that for certain for you tonight.
And if we were to approve tonight the purchase of air monitors, I guess not from Purple Air because it's going to take 6 to 8 weeks, but if we were to purchase them from somewhere else, could they be installed faster than the air monitors that we're waiting for from the county?
So if the council gives direction this evening to purchase air quality sensors or air quality monitors, if we do not go with Purple Air, we would want to find a substitute. One of the key elements for the air quality sensors is access to electrical, so that creates and Wi-Fi, and so that creates an additional sort of installation barrier that the county has, to my understanding, worked through for their sites. So, you know, the cost of Purple Air, as was mentioned, is relatively low in the grand scheme of things. I think the bigger question bigger direction that we would need from council is what do we do with the information? What is it that you would want us to base decisions on, whether they be operations? And as I mentioned earlier, currently we base our decisions for our own personnel based on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District and their readings from Redwood City.
Mr. Figueros, and I'm looking at what prioritizing the residents as well in that conversation. Our residents need protection as well. And so because a pool is closed, for me is not enough. We need to have our own readings. This has been an issue in this area for quite some time. Last year was a combination of the fires and traffic. This year it's just the fires, but that's still enough. And I'm not understanding of the operational piece. The monitors that are up, I don't know, throughout the city. Is there a way to draw a line around the city so we know what our boundaries are on this picture? I don't know if that's possible. No, that's not possible.
No.
But just thinking about this is a yearly issue around the fires. There's a problem, and that I believe that the city can prioritize through the council's direction the health and safety of everyone by at least at minimum buying its own air quality monitors and not relying on a grant to do it. To me, this is not a funding problem. This has nothing to do with funding.
I agree, Madam Mayor, and I would just add to that you know, I live in Redwood City and I haven't been able to go outside my house for several days, and I think that just for basis of making decisions, we rely on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. That's the authority and the expertise that monitors air quality in the Bay Area, including Menlo Park and neighboring jurisdictions. And so from the perspective of making decisions regarding operations, if we want to close the pool when the air quality index is reaches a certain level, that's what, you know, that we can do that. But I guess the question is, how would the Purple Air differ from Bay Area air quality? If, as Councilmember Nash mentioned, they basically trend the same direction.
It's the position of the monitor is the difference. So I'm advocating for the city of Menlo Park to have air quality monitors, especially in areas where none exist at the moment. And I realize we're depending on a grant opportunity through San Mateo County Labs, which is great. but there needed to be something, an interim measure, considering what's happening in this moment. And so that is my concern. Councilmember Nash, you had your hand up, and then Councilmember Mueller.
So I think for $259, and I would think perhaps we would put one at the police substation, one at Bedwell Bayfront Park, and one at Onetta Harris. I mean, it seems if we were to spend less than $1,000, we could get 3 stations there. It would be a peace of mind for everyone, I think, and it would be input that residents could go take a look at Purple Air and first of all feel represented, and second of all have some actual data as to what is going on in their in the neighborhood. I think that it does not take the place of what we're getting from San Mateo Labs, but the information will be much more accessible, I believe. Certainly right out of the gate. My understanding is you put them in, you log, you plug it in, you log on to your Wi-Fi, and you are up and running, and you start getting data, and then you get data points in District 1 that are all over the rest of Menlo Park for air quality. And while the trends tend to be the same through most of Menlo Park, I think that it would be beneficial to the health and welfare of our District 1 residents, as well as everyone else who might have an activity there, travel there, whatever, to spend $1,000 and have this up and running.
Councilmember Mueller and then Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah, so guys, I'm not going to oppose spending $1,000 on this, but I do believe that we have heard testimony tonight from staff that if we spend $1,000 on those monitors, they will not be in place prior to the process we already started. So the monitors that we went through that will be monitored by experts at the Bay Area at the Bay Area Quality District will have monitors in place before the $1,000 that we spend on this other item. The expertise of staff who monitor those will be taking place before these are installed. The maintenance and monitoring of those will be done by professional engineers. So I'm fine. If you guys want to spend $1,000 on this, I'm fine. But I don't think it needs to be juxtaposed against that the city doesn't care about its residents or didn't start a process by which we were putting in air quality monitors to address the situation. That is in process, and that will actually be completed before this action is ever taken.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Carlton and then Councilmember Nash.
I'm couple things. I agree with everything that's been said before. I think we all agree that this is something that's necessary. I think we all agree this is something that we've already started, but so much has been delayed for obvious various and sundry reasons. And I don't think it was ever intentional, but it just was. Nick, do you know when rough guess, when do you think they'll be installed, what we've started? Do you have, and I know it's very dangerous to give a date without really looking into it, but do you have an idea? All right, well, he looks into it. This will get solved, hopefully sooner rather than later. I'm just going to throw this additional thing out for conversation. And obviously it's not something we're going to do now, but it's something that I think is good for us to consider for the future, is how people are getting the information. And one of the really interesting things I saw, and I got in touch with the person that did it, and they're doing it in Chicago in parks, and they're some of them are done beautifully, like they're tall and they can be done in different structures in different ways, and it's like a waterfall. And when the air is clear, it's a beautiful waterfall. And when the air starts getting worse, it becomes horrible boulders. And it gives you the chance to look up and see what the air is, what the air quality is. And you can do different graphics and things available to people so that it's easier for people to look up and be able to have that information. And it's done in a really beautiful artistic way so that we might be able to work with the Menlo Park Outdoor Arts Group that has recently been formed to do the fundraising, to be able to do an arts project that is also an eco-education communications thing. So I can look into that, but as I said, that's way down the next year, year after, whatever. But I was just letting you all know that that exists, and I've seen it look really beautiful, and it might be something that we use in the future to help communicate. They were using it in Chicago to communicate as well the impact of heavy traffic on the air. But I was just letting you know it's there. So Nick, I'm sorry, did you have an answer to my question?
I do not, Councilmember Carlton. Either way, we would need to regroup tomorrow to figure out what the next steps are and how to get air quality monitors in as quickly as possible if that's the council's direction. I can't promise that they will be in sooner or sooner than the 8 weeks or 6 weeks, whatever the lead time is that Councilmember Nash mentioned. But we understand the council's priority, and we will try to move that forward as expeditiously as possible. One of the things that I did mention, and I do need to speak with our public works folks, is we do need both power and Wi-Fi in order for those purple air monitors to work, and so that adds a barrier, a hurdle. But again, we can look at a timeline as to how to move forward with that. And
So the 6 to 8 weeks, is that with the purple, or is that with what we originally contracted to put in last year?
Yeah, and my apologies to the council. I was not expecting this level of questioning this evening on this particular item. So I do not have the answer to that, Councilmember Carlton. I'm simply responding. The 6 to 8 was a comment that Councilmember Nash made.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't want us to take our eye off the ball to do something in the short term when we could have something more robust up quicker. So that's why it's hard to make a decision when we don't really know what the dates, what the impact, what the difference is between the two. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Councilmember Nash, and then Vice Mayor Combs.
Actually, I'll let Vice Mayor Combs speak first.
Yeah, well, first I'll start off. I certainly have learned some things during this meeting. I was just going to airnow.com, and that's what I was relying on and put it in my zip code. Just to Mr. Figuero's, now when it comes to this purple air, are any of these other monitors in the city, were they installed, or are they being operated by the city?
The city does not have or operate any air quality monitors, whether they be purple air or otherwise.
So I'm not sure, like, again, as I look, there are a few in my neighborhood, and I see readings everywhere from 11 to 83. And so I'm not sure what we're doing with that information. In light of what are more sort of affirmative, I see more expert, I should say, information you can get. So if I were approaching this, I would actually not be in support of the city getting involved in sort of operating air monitors in a sense that it doesn't operate any place else in the city. And again, this is something that private individual citizens businesses do, and that's the readings we're getting. And if a certain area of the city doesn't have private individuals doing that, that doesn't mean necessarily that the city has an obligation to step up and provide that information, even especially when the information, I think in some respects, can be suspect. It is not conclusive, and no conclusive information is being provided here. I think that would trump, no pun intended, the more official government readings. again, not opposed to this idea, but what I would say is in that, like, if there is, and I wouldn't be, I certainly, there's not enough information. The numbers and the readings are again, like, sort of not for me presented in a way where I would feel comfortable voting and saying that, like, city, yes, go buy this or engage in this. Because again, I don't know the exact value. And this seems to be something that's based on sort of private individuals. If the city were going to do something, I would say explore some sort of program where we can then donate these to residents or businesses within areas where we want to see them, but then the city doesn't sort of retain any operational responsibility. Why should the city retain operational responsibility for these when it doesn't exist now? And so when it doesn't exist in these readings that we're getting from other places in the city. So that's, and again, like I say, and the readings are in a very, small area, sort of all over the place. And so I don't, I mean, again, like I say, I just, I wouldn't be in a position where I could affirmatively support this, because I just don't, again, like I don't, this is my first time hearing of this company. I am seeing numbers all over the place. And this is not something that, as it has been presented to me, that municipalities engage in. And so I wouldn't be, and it's not clear that we're going to get something here sooner than this other program that has been started. And so that's where I am as I sit here. I would ask that, again, since I appreciate that it's important to some council members, but we have a number of other things on the agenda, and I think that we should discuss this, see where people stand on it, and is there some direction to be given to staff, and then move on. But I would hate for us to spend hours and hours on this when there's so much else to get through tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Nash, did you still have a comment?
I did, thank you. A couple comments. First of all, I think the benefit of these monitors is they are easy for anyone to take a look at what the air quality is. And I don't know if we know how we will be collecting data yet once the San Mateo Labs data is available, and whether that will be as easily accessible to people. But it seems to me that this is something which is very low cost. As Vice Mayor Combs said, we have spent a tremendous amount of time on this already. And it to me, it is not that big an issue, because I don't believe that there is, I don't think we are getting into a huge hornet's nest of troubles by doing this. I think we would be providing some information that would then be available on the Purple Air website, but would give our residents some peace of mind as to what is specifically going on in their neighborhood. Because as we all know, with the proximity to the ocean, there are different wind currents, there's traffic there in in other times, and there is a likelihood that there may be some difference in air quality readings. And I see that my understanding, last week I had an informal update just by chance. Someone I was talking to had some information on the San Mateo Labs air quality monitors. And my understanding of those is they are all ready to go. Everything is all set, but they're actually being held up because of this county has a halt on, has a stay on all outside county work because of the COVID, because of the pandemic. And so it's actually an issue of getting authorization to put them in. So it's possible. And then I guess the other piece is I just saw this morning on the website when I was looking and saw there's nothing in District 1, and I thought Purple Air, and because that's what I'm looking on all the time because of swimming, and thought, how do we get one? That's where I saw 6 to 8 weeks. I have no idea. I did not place an order or go far enough to really see anything other than just on the website for shipping. It says that because of the tremendous demand, it's about 6 to 8 weeks. We have no idea when. But going back to my original point when I started talking. I think that part of it is just, we know that the data, once it's up and running, it's a very simple device. Once it's up and running, anyone who logs into Purple Air can see what's going on. And we're not sure of, at least unless staff knows, how exactly we will be, residents will be able to look at the data once the San Mateo Labs is up and running. And I'm sure that it will be valuable data and more scientific than the Purple Air, but this is something that we can get up and running now, and it's information that is available to everyone. It's also, Purple Air is what Weather Underground uses on their weather app. It's a widely used device.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Mueller.
Is Cara on the line? City Attorney?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Silver, so I was thinking about this as I was listening to the discussion with Councilmember Combs and thinking back to when I used to litigate. The city has no expertise, as discussed in this hearing, with respect to air quality management. If we place these monitors incorrectly or in places where airflow, an expert would testify, is not accurately measured, and a child goes out relying upon a city reading from one of those monitors, and the monitor measured too low, and that child has a respiratory incident from asthma or something of that nature, would the city be liable if it had put out a reading saying that the air quality in that neighborhood was safe?
Yeah, well, certainly if the city made an affirmative representation that the air quality was safe, and somebody relied on that representation and the representation was not true, then there could be liability. I think, though, that these sort of open source types of applications are, we're starting to see them in many different areas. And so I think just, having a monitor up and with a representation perhaps on our website saying that, just a disclaimer with respect to monitors would be something, that would shield us from liability.
So if we went and we placed those without expertise at different places in the neighborhood, and we put a disclaimer on the website saying, you don't need that, we don't have expertise in the placement of these monitors, this is just for instructive use only. If a person went onto the website and relied upon that, went on the website, looked at the number and saw the 11, didn't see the disclaimer, and then a lawsuit was brought saying that the city acted recklessly in providing that information to the public because it has no expertise in air quality monitoring, no expertise in the placement of the materials, would the city be facing a lawsuit?
Well, cities can always be faced with lawsuits, but I think that would be a hard lawsuit to win for a plaintiff.
So if a plaintiff went to a site and didn't have to check a box on the disclaimer, they just went to the website and looked and saw it was a city reading, but there was no affirmative checkbox on a disclaimer, you think that would be a hard lawsuit for a plaintiff to win?
Well, I'm sure that Purple Air itself has disclaimers.
But the city is a government institution that would be adopting right. And putting that out to the public for, well, presumably for information, but I guess we'd have something saying don't rely on it because we have no expertise actually in placing it.
Right. Yeah,
and
right, so that's the type of program, people always can sue the city and there's immunities that are available and certainly we would want to design a a disclaimer with respect to what people should use the data for. So I think that there are ways to mitigate that.
So we would have to basically tell people, don't rely on this. We have no expertise in placing it or interpreting it. We're just putting it at these centers so no one can sue us.
I have a follow-up question. What about the looking at it from the other view, the fact that there isn't any monitoring, the fact that the community was removed as a community of concern, the multiple EIRs. Excuse me, Councilmember Mueller, I'm following. So I want to follow up. Can I follow up with Ms. Silver?
Mayor Taylor, you're speaking over me. I was not finished with my questioning.
I had a follow-up question for Ms. Silver regarding the same topic, Councilmember Mueller.
But
And my question is about a lawsuit. It's about, are we susceptible to a lawsuit if we don't have air quality monitors? We haven't done any mitigation measures for this area. Are we susceptible to a lawsuit?
Well, that's an interesting question. And I think that we are actually going to be diving down into that a little bit deeper with the environmental justice element. There certainly is a concern in a variety of communities that are designated as you know, communities that have had environmental problems historically. And Belhaven is one of those communities, and we are required to analyze some of these issues. And I do think that from a proactive standpoint, it actually would help to have some monitors there. The unfortunate situation that we're in is that the city really does not have expertise in this area. It is the Bay Area Management District that has all of the expertise in terms of air quality monitoring. They set the standards and they issue the advisories. The cities historically have never entered into this field. I don't think that counties even enter this area. And however, with the environmental justice element, I do think that having additional data to support the air quality districts monitoring is very likely going to be an element that we will be implementing down the line.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Councilmember Mueller, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, I just really would appreciate if we didn't interrupt each other's questioning. So we all have to provide each other that courtesy. But Ms. Silver makes the point, and like I said, I will support the implementation of these air monitors. However, I really my concern is that cities don't have expertise in this area. We don't have expertise in placing them, so I'm not sure, depending upon where we place them, it's going to be very instructive to the public and actually could put the public at risk. We already have a process in place that we started a year ago that we're just waiting to have the monitors installed with the proper expertise to go ahead and monitor them. So, I mean, and that would actually, that with an agency that is vested with the authority and expertise to instruct the public such that we would not put them in harm's way. So we already have the monitors set. We completing a process. We already started with the expertise to both place them and interpret them. And instead, what we're going to do is purchase monitors that we're not sure if the agency would even rely upon because they're from the private sector. We have no expertise in placing, and we have no expertise in interpreting. And what I would suggest is if council wants to do this, that's fine, I'll support it. But what I would say is I think we would be better served to send a letter to the county saying we want those air quality monitors that installed immediately from the process that we started last year, because I think the import of what that will mean to the residents' health and safety is much greater than these others that will be installed that we're going to tell them don't rely upon. So thank you.
Councilmember Nash, and then Vice Mayor Combs.
Thank you. I'm just, I guess I did not even see the city as really doing more than putting these up in District 1 and letting them appear on the purple air map as they do with everything else. And then it's the San Mateo County Labs air monitors, which if we were to do any great, have something on our website, I agree that they are the official air monitoring. I just, the purple air is something that is fairly widely used. I looked at studies this morning about how reliable they are, and they are considered reliable, although they read high. And I would say that we should get, I would like to see us get some, put them out there, just have them accessible on Purple Air, and that we do not need to do any promotion, anything about it other than basically put it there and have it be a monitor just like all the other monitors that are there.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, just again, like I'm looking at this. There's actually one of these on my block, and it currently at this moment reads 93. Literally like 2 blocks away, there's another one that reads 9. So I'm just like, I don't know what what value this is, and so because it's not just the money right now, it's staff has to go and spend lots of time tracking down how this works, right? And so and this hasn't been a priority. I don't see the immediate value of it, and I can't support it. And so I'd appreciate if someone would make a motion about what should happen here, and if it is to sort of commit staff time and money to doing this, I'm going to be very clear that I'm voting against it. Again, I don't see the immediate value of it, and this has not been a priority that's outlaid. And so at this moment, we're saying, hey, staff, go spend many hours, investigating like how this happens, how this gets implemented, what's the value, and again, of something I see of like really sort of some scattershot value, and has not been outlined as a priority. And so again, I would, like I said, I'm a no, and so I would appreciate if someone would vote for it or would make a motion so we can move on.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. And before a motion will be made, we will be taking public comment. So Ms. Herron, do we have public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to comment on the current emergency item regarding cooling stations and air quality monitors, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So again, this is for our emergency item regarding air quality and cooling stations. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash, you had your hand raised. I'm not sure if you were making a motion.
No, I actually just wanted to respond to the difference in the data is likely that the 9 that Vice Mayor Combs was referring to is an inside monitor or an inside sensor, and in the lower left-hand corner, there's actually a way to remove those. I used to be quite surprised at the variability, and that really helped when I was just looking at outside sensors as opposed to inside and outside.
Thank you. Are there any more comments on this item? So I think we've taken enough time for this, and it's unfortunate that it's being referred to as scattershot, but I appreciate all of the input. I value how we breathe, and considering this is not a new issue, which is why I brought it up, and I'll continue to bring it up. This is not about the amount of staff time that goes into anything, and the fact is there are residual funds around the CRT that could have covered this last year. It could cover it now. And that is my input. If the staff was interested in, I think it was actually Vice Mayor Combs that brought up having a program that the city sponsored and paid for them, but had hands off afterwards. I just find it extremely concerning that we need a grant from the county to purchase air quality monitors for an area that we're choosing to do a lot of development that started a couple years ago, and now we're not even willing to cover it, or at least accept some responsibility there. So I guess how we breathe is our own problem. So anyways, I will make a motion. Our city manager, Starla Jerome Robinson, her technical difficulties has been fixed. I wanted to follow up with the cooling center policy that you sent the council.
There. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Starla Jerome Robinson. Sorry to be late coming to the meeting.
So I wanted to follow up on the cooling center policy that's internal. You asked in an email as far as having some clarity, because this wasn't just about air quality monitors, it was also about cooling stations. And because of the pandemic, there's been some extreme caution about opening any place. So I just wanted to find out, since this is an internal policy, what more do you need to make it? Is this just for internal, or how does the policy work?
So this is a policy that we've been using for about the past year to identify when we should open cooling stations. And so I distributed it to the council today just to let you know what the parameters are that we're using. So typically we're using high heat warnings. That may not be the right wording. Originally, we were going to use the temperature 90 degrees or higher. I just want whatever the metric is, I want there to be a firm metric so that we know when the council is authorizing us to open cooling stations. And if I could just add to that, I am personally a little bit concerned about doing it, and I understand the value of it. It's not that, it's the pandemic and bringing vulnerable people into a room. And I understand there's a lot of other forces at work. So, but certainly if the council so directs, we will pursue it.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Last week, there was one day when the city opened one cooling center, and thank you so much. That was, I had several residents who responded and were very pleased with that. How well was it used? What was the experience?
I don't believe anyone used it, but it was short notice.
Thank you. And just a follow-up, Ms. Jerome Robinson, so your recommendation for the policy, is it to leave it as it is? Is it, what would you like to see the council make a decision on?
Well, if the council supports a policy, I think we could come back with a slightly more detailed policy for council consideration, and we can turn that around very quickly. And if you could give us broad strokes tonight, so as an example, you want respite centers opened if the air quality is at 150 or higher, just as an example, or the temperature is 90 degrees or higher, or high heat advisory. And then we'll come back with a formal policy. But between now and when we bring back the formal policy, just general guidance would be very helpful if you want us to open cooling stations or respite stations.
Okay, thank you. And I think that I appreciate you using extreme caution around opening them, considering the pandemic, but still opening them for a short amount of time, just in case someone needed it. The procedure, the only piece I would like to see added is spare the air. If that language is put in there. And I don't know if there's potential to have the community center to have some weekend hours as Arriaga.
Can I just add, we can do that for sure. I think we'll work up a tentative budget to open buildings. So if we open the buildings, I think it would be prudent to clean them every day. And I think if we're going to open them on the weekends, then we'll need to bring in staff. We may have some staff resources available, but we may need to use them. There may be staffing costs as well. The ice water, though, I think will be free.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
I was just curious, my impression without any data at all is that the spare the air days are fairly frequent and not necessarily something that I would use as a trigger, but I guess I would like staff to just take a look at that measure and see, maybe look retrospectively if that makes, how that looks.
Again, this is not an area of expertise, so I think it's a great idea to look at it, and we'll evaluate it for whether it's the right metric to use for cooling stations. And come back to the council with that information.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash, before your comment, Judy has just informed me that we had a hand raised for public comment and somehow it was missed.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, I invite Pamela Jones. You are off mute, Pamela, and able to address the City Council at this time.
Yes, good evening, Pamela Jones. And thank you for accommodating my public comment. I appreciate all of this discussion from the council, for your insight and comments. It's so important when we're making decisions like this. I need to point out, though, that Menlo Park has multiple microclimates and different air quality depending on how the air moves in the area you live in. When looking at the map, it was very curious that the areas that do not have any type of air quality monitoring are East Palo Alto, Belhaven, and North Fair Oaks. I also found it very curious that Tim Sheeper would have a monitor at the Burgess Park and not a monitor at Belhaven. We don't know if atmospheric conditions are the same because they've never ever been monitored. I'd also like to remind you, this is about global warming. We're at the beginning of fire season. We're at the beginning of the heat wave. And so we need to do careful planning to help all of our residents throughout the city of Menlo Park. I also want to thank you for opening the cooling center last week. And it reminded me, because I did check and no one showed up, but how you communicate with people throughout the city is not the same. And so if you rely just on the alert system, somebody may not look at their email for 2 or 3 days or throughout the day, so they wouldn't know. So I think along with addressing the cooling centers, air quality monitoring, we have to get a handle on how we communicate. And even more so, it appears as though we need to consider having a really strong coordinated emergency plan for the entire city, which means that it's not just the air quality. At this point, I want to thank you for having this discussion. It was so insightful, and I look forward to your decisions.
Thank you, Pamela. So Mayor Taylor, at this time, we can close public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so at this time, I'm going to make a motion that the city purchase three purple air monitors or whatever monitors that city staff think are appropriate with a cost limit of $1,000. If it's over $1,000, just come back and tell us what that cost is. But then I would also ask that there be a letter sent from the mayor and the city manager from the city of Menlo Park to the county and to the air quality district, demanding the urgent installation of the air monitors that are waiting at the county whose installation has been stalled because of COVID-19. So that process can be completed and so that we actually can have monitors that have been approved and will be monitored by a professional engineering staff and know how to professionally place them. And then the last piece of the motion is for staff to develop criteria for the opening of cooling stations through the COVID-19 crisis, so that it doesn't come from instruction from any one council member, but that there be approved criteria that council will approve, that staff will interpret and then implement going forward. So that's my motion.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on what Ms. Jones was saying as far as use of microclimates, and also in response to Councilmember Nash's earlier comment. And so I did remove the InSight sensors, and I still have a scenario where literally a couple of blocks away, one reading is 48 and one reading is 103, right? And so what's right? And what am I going to make a decision on? And I think that there is, and this is part of the weakness of open source. It's like, when you give people information, right, and it is sort of crowdsourced in this way, it's not always quite clear the value of the information to them that you are giving it. And I think us as a government entity, again, we have to approach these things a little bit more critically, right? We can't just put a ring, one of those ring doorknobs on the front door of City Hall, right? We have to, I think, approach things a little bit more critically and with a sense that there needs to be a little bit more expertise. And so, to make it clear, so that's why I'm certainly not seconding Councilmember Mueller's motion. I'm actually going to vote against it. But I still don't have what I think is information to me that this is a valid and exercise for the city, and something that's actually going to result in valuable information for the residents of the city.
Councilmember Nash.
So I actually agree with much of what Vice Mayor Combs said. Very honestly, on Sunday, I was swimming in the pool at 9 o'clock, and they pulled us all out of the pool early, saying that the reading all of a sudden of purple air had gone over 150. And this is how I got so interested in purple air, and is because on my Apple Watch, it says that the air reading was 37. And so we all hustled out of the pool. We were in the parking lot, and several of us, socially distanced, were talking about how interesting it is that there's, from everything that we saw, it appeared that everything was fine, but that the pool operators actually felt that the trigger was significant enough not to let us finish the last 5 minutes of our swim time, and to actually move everyone out of the pool and do it. Now, having said that, I actually appreciate the fact that they have strict guidelines and that they're adhering to them. So I guess my point is, yes, I think that it's variable, but I don't know that we have better data. The data that's coming in from Redwood City, we do have microclimes. And I think that this is something where there is, right now, there is an inexpensive solution that does provide data. It may not be the most scientific data. It may turn out in a year there's something better, but it's not that big an investment, and it does give residents some information.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I'm going to just amend my motion to ask for a very strong disclaimer from the city attorney as to the information provided by those items. But to Councilmember Combs and to my colleagues, the only reason why I made the motion is because I do understand it has taken some time for this to take place. But I would ask, would my colleagues be amenable that if the letter to the county and the air quality district results with the installation of monitors prior to the order being fulfilled for these purple air monitors, could we then cancel that order? Because then we'll have air quality monitors in place from the process we started last year.
Councilmember Carlton, did you have a hand raised, or you're agreeing with Councilmember Mueller?
Both.
Okay.
I agree with Councilmember Mueller. I agree with with Vice Mayor Combs. Normally, to spend $1,000 to make people happy is a no-brainer. Unfortunately, this isn't just $1,000. This is $1,000, and this is taking staff time away from other really critical things that are really going to make a difference. And I think that we have thoroughly discussed the fact that this information is nice to have at best, useless probably, but inconsistent definitely. And so I'm frustrated in that normally I really wouldn't mind spending a little bit, $1,000 to make people happy, to make them more comfortable. That doesn't bother me at all. What bothers me is pulling staff time away from really, really critical things that they should be working on that really are definitely going to impact people's lives. And I love the Councilmember Mueller's idea of sending the letter. I absolutely support that. Sometimes when things get stalled, they get in a back burner and you need a little push to get it moving appropriately again. And I'm sad that we don't know exactly when that would be, because if we said absolutely this is going to be able to be installed, what we started last year, in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 6 weeks, that would make me feel fine. So my gut reaction is to vote against this because I think it's useless, and I think it's nice to have. It makes people feel better. I don't think it's actually going to impact anyone's health. And I think it could take staff away from more critical things. So I'd like to ask Darla, how much staff time do you think this is going to take to order the purple monitors and install them and figure out where we install them? We don't know, we don't have that expertise, so we're gonna have to liaise with Bosca to find out. And that's gonna take Bosca's time away from things, you know. So what is the time cost on this? Rather than just $1,000.
You know, I'd have to talk to the staff to come up with an estimate. I think, and we can certainly do that. And it also depends on what post work would be required. So once they're installed, then what is the expectation about gathering information, right? And what I heard was just it would be crowdsourced. People could go to the website, Purple Air website, and pick the information up from there.
What do you think is the quickest amount of time this could be installed?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite understand that.
What do you feel is the quickest amount of time this could be installed?
You know, I think we'd have to talk about that internally. So ideally, if San Mateo County was going to put monitors in 3 places, and we've already identified those places in Belhaven, then it would make sense to just put the purple, I'll just say Purple Air monitors in the same location immediately, or as soon as we could.
Whether I vote for this or not is going to depend on how much time it takes. I think, honestly, I think it's just throwing $1,000 at something to make people feel better. How much staff time do you think it's going to take?
Well,
is it going to be trivial, or
I've never installed a monitor before. I'd have to talk to the staff and work on that. I mean, one alternative is that we purchase 3 monitors and give them to 3 households in Belhaven and let them install them and because then they're crowdsourced and there's no ongoing obligation to the city.
I'm not sure about that either, but okay, thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Councilmember Nash, you had your hand up.
Yes, I guess first of all, I wanted to second Councilmember Mueller's motion. And then I wanted to ask a few things. One is, do we know once the San Mateo Labs monitors are up, how people access that information? Because to me, that is something that's, you know, we will get the information. I'm sure they will begin collecting data right away, I hope. But how do people access that data? And is that something which can be, you know, just is available to people? And that's what I see as the big benefit to Purple Air. So, and I have another follow-up question if staff can answer that one first.
Councilmember Nash, it's my understanding, Mr. Piguero said that he didn't have that information.
I do not. My recollection of conversations with the county, with SMC Labs, was in coordination with the Public Health Department. They were developing a portal for the data to be collected and reported.
Thank you. That's my recollection as well. And so the value of these purple air monitors is that we get immediate information. And as has been stated, we are just at the beginning of the fire season. And so it seems like it would be a worthwhile endeavor. And then my next question is it possible to, well, I will just say, me as a council member, to go purchase the monitors, install them, and then just be reimbursed? In other words, not take any staff time beyond the reimbursement.
That would be a council decision. I don't see anything improper about that, provided that the equipment be returned to the city when you are no longer a council member, unless the council decides to gift them to households like the city manager had represented.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Again, I'm not the city's attorney, but I don't think that would be appropriate. Like, right, I wouldn't, so I wouldn't go out and sort of buy a car and say, hey, I'm gonna let the city use it, and I'll expense the cost of the car. I mean, if stuff is being used for the city and there is a policy around the city purchasing it, then that should come through the city. I think it should, the reimbursement process should not be used as a way, if I'm understanding the proposal, of funding something that the city has said it's a priority. I don't know if, again, that's legal or not, but I don't know that it would be the most appropriate approach to this situation.
Yeah, and just for clarification, I was suggesting that only if directed by the council, if it was approved to do something like that. Right now, we don't have the mechanism to provide reimbursement of the equipment, and so we would want to look at just the procedure in general. But I see the city assistant or interim city attorney online.
So my understanding of the proposal would be that Councilmember Nash would just order them on behalf of the city. They would be the city's monitors, and she would just do the legwork in terms of purchasing them. So I don't think that's a problem, and similar to a city staff member purchasing something and on their own credit card and then being reimbursed. I believe, though, that the purple air monitors are ordered online, and so I don't think it's going to take much staff time to just place an order. I think it's the installation that is the time-intensive activity.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually think that this is a very simple venture to purchase it and to install it. And I'm just trying to short circuit the concern that it's going to be, which is mine as well. I do not want staff to spend a lot of time on this because I think it is something that's should be very simple.
Are there any other follow-up questions since there is a motion on the floor? No follow-up questions? Okay.
So we do have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Mueller, second by Councilmember Nash, to purchase 3 air quality monitors limited to $1,000 with a strong disclaimer by the city attorney. Send a letter from the mayor and city manager to County SMC Labs and the Air Quality District demanding urgent installation of the program monitors, and ask staff to develop criteria for cooling stations during the COVID-19 pandemic. Mayor, so Councilmember Mueller, does that sound like the correct motion?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't mean to be, are my colleagues who are inclined to vote for it satisfied with that motion?
I only had two things. One is the demand, putting demand with the county, just thinking about they're dealing with a dual emergency, which is probably one of the reasons why that this is not a priority at the moment for them, the installation. And the second is the cap of $1,000. Just thinking about, we don't know what the cost is going to be. It's not going to cost the city $100,000. I think putting a cap of $1,000, I think the cap could be $2,000.
Okay,
So even though
I have no problem making the cap $2,000. That's fine. I would say though, Mayor Taylor, that this issue came to council tonight as an urgency matter affecting the health and public of residents in the city, and the solution that we have talked about this evening with these 3 monitors from Purple Air. The evidence of the discussion this evening leaves their reliability in question. So if it's important enough tonight that we do this on an urgency matter, I think we need to tell the county this is important to the residents of District 1 to do it immediately.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Mueller. And as I stated earlier, that this has been a long time problem. It's not a new issue. It's not a new issue. This is the problem in District 1, and the air quality has been a problem for a while. And so, and not to discount putting demand on the county, just thinking about what the county is dealing with this in this moment, the COVID-19 and the fires, and the fact that they're not doing installation because of COVID. So, and for me, I believe the health and safety of residents in Menlo Park is the city's responsibility. It's the city's responsibility. And we were kicking it to the county. We could have easily purchased these monitors a year ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, but there isn't consistent monitoring over here. We rely on the numbers in an EIR to tell us what the air quality was in June of 2015. We don't even know what it is today. And I'm not sure who had their hand up first. I don't know if it was Vice Mayor Combs or Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I'll just go really quickly and say that, like, I don't know if in Councilmember Mueller's motion, it was specifically identified where these 3 monitors were, because I know at one point Councilmember Nash was talking about having one at Burgess, but it seems like the 3 that we're talking about purchasing, or maybe not, I don't want to, so it seems like the 3 that we're talking about purchasing, the idea is that they would be located in District 1. You know, and I do just want to point out again, like, if we're going sort of the district route, like, there are certain parts of my district that abut the freeway, right? And for one of these monitors I'm looking at, it sort of seems to be right on the freeway. It is, you know, again, as close as it is to residents in Bellhaven as it is to residents in Lorelei Manor, which don't have a monitor, and they're close to the freeway. There seems to be one at Flood Park, but there isn't one in the Suburban Park neighborhood. And so again, this goes to my whole question is like, you know, how are we saying that like the 3 that we're purchasing then definitely go to District 1, right? Why not Lorelei Manor, right? Why not Suburban Park, right? And so this is like, I think, a really sort of concerning area that we will get into, and again is one of the issues and concerns that people had about district elections. But so what I'm saying is that, are we saying now here that like the 3 monitors only go to District 1, and then what are we saying to the residents in Lorelei Manor, right? What are we saying to them who are, you know, and again, they are right close to the freeway, right? There are lots of residents in District 1 who have certainly further away from the freeway, which is a main, you know, contributor to bad air quality. And so again, that's my concern. Again, and that's why I say I don't know exactly, again, what the long-term value is. It seems like we're making some actions. We haven't sort of approached this as in a very sort of citywide perspective. It's about like sort of one specific sort of issue and area. And I think that there should be long-term concerns if that's the road we're going to start going down.
I appreciate what you said, Vice Mayor Combs. And when I started the conversation, which is why I put the map up, that I talked about, it's not just one area of the city that doesn't have monitors. And so it was only one city that applied for the grants. So the conversation got stuck on the grants, where the grants identified places was specific to District 1. There are areas, I believe, if you could put the map back up, there's areas of Menlo Park that don't have any monitors. And so if we cap it at buying 3, then that's only 3 monitors. So why are we capping it? And so if there are areas of the city that need monitors, why not buy them? Why not include that in the discussion? So it's not just about District 1, it's that the grant that was applied for a year ago was only for District 1. But there are areas of the city that don't have any monitors. And so we do need to look at it citywide. This is a city issue. It's not just one area. Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, so I'm not going to change the motion on the, you know what, I'll amend the motion to say, instead of demand, to say urgently request. And I do want to make the point, because it's been said a couple times now, that this is a city issue. Respectfully, the testimony that's not tonight has been that no other cities monitor air quality, that it's actually monitored by the Air Quality Management District. That's been the testimony of our staff, and that's been what the real purpose is. And we've heard this evening that the reason why that is because there's an expertise in that area. And so, you know, I actually, so when we say, well, it's the city's responsibility, actually there is an air quality district that's a special district whose job it is to do this for all the cities. And what we're saying to them is, and we urgently want you to install these, because we started this process last year, we want them implemented. So I'm not willing to amend it from, I'm only willing to amend it to urgently request the installation.
That's fair. Are there any follow-up comments or questions? Councilmember Nash?
Just hopefully a quick comment. First of all, 3 places that I recommended, and I don't have any allegiance to these 3 places necessarily. It just seemed like Bedwell Bayfront Park, the police substation, and Annetta Harris Center are the 3 places that just seemed like it sort of spanned an area which has no monitors at this time. Just from what I've been watching on Purple Air, they do come and go. This morning, there were many more monitors active than right now. I have no idea why there aren't as many now, but there is a dearth of them in Suburban Park, as you were saying, and other parts of the city. Final comment is there's only 3 models. The top model is $259. The next one down is $229. So if we get 3 monitors at $259 with tax, it's about $850. I can't believe that the shipping is going to cost more than $150. So I really think we're not talking about a huge outlay of money.
Okay, Ms. Herron, we have a motion on the floor. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Carlton.
Sure. I think what Councilmember Mueller was alluding to earlier when he asked if everyone was okay with that who wasn't voting no, is to peeling off part of it and keeping part of it to vote yes and to vote no on, because there are about 5 points in that motion. I don't know how Councilmember Combs feels about that. I support all of it except for the purchasing of that of the
okay.
Purple Air things. The sending the letter I think is fantastic. All the other I'm completely, I just don't feel like I have enough information on the other, and now we're just deciding ourselves where to put things without any information. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. I don't know how Drew, I don't know how you feel about pulling out part of it so you can vote yes on other aspects, or if you don't care. I was just offering you that out of courtesy.
If I can, I appreciate that, Councilmember Carlton. I'm fine with the motion. I feel like there seems to be support for that, and so I'm fine with where I stand and fine with the council proceeding where there seems to be support.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, as a courtesy to Councilmember Carlton, I'm happy to split the motion up in 2 parts. So same motion, first part to be voted on is just the purchase of the 3 air quality monitors for no more than $2,000. And then the rest of the motion would exist as a second motion. So first motion, can I have a second on the first motion for the 3 air quality monitors, not 2? So I'm sorry, I'll let you guys take over.
So I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Mueller, a second by City Councilmember Nash to purchase 3 air quality monitors limited to $2,000 with a strong disclaimer by the city attorney. Is there any further council discussion on that motion?
Councilmember Carlton?
I hope to God this is the last question. I just wanted confirmation from Councilmember Mueller. You were mayor when we when we worked with the county on the other monitors. I don't remember because it was so long ago. Those are significantly different monitors.
Yes, those are being put in. Those are the official monitors of the air quality.
Professional ones. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton.
For which motion?
This is a motion by Councilmember Mueller, second by Councilmember Nash to purchase 3 air quality monitors limited to $2,000 with a strong disclaimer by the city attorney.
No.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
No.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
This motion passes with Councilmember Carlton and Vice Mayor Combs dissenting. And then our second motion by Councilmember Mueller will still need a second, but it's to send a letter from the mayor and the city manager to the county SMC Labs and Air Quality District, urgently requesting the installation of the program monitors and for staff to develop criteria for a cooling station during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we do need a second for that. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Any further city council discussion on this motion? Seeing none by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs. Vice Mayor Combs, I did not catch your vote.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And moving to the next item is item D, study session. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the city council in the near future. City staff will provide a brief presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the city council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The city council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The city council may provide direction to staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary. To provide, item D1 is to provide direction on the solid waste rate review process. To introduce this item is our sustainability manager, Rebecca Lucky.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Taylor and Vice Mayor Combs. Tonight, Garth Schultz from R3 Consulting Group is leading the study for solid waste rates, and he will be making the presentation, and he will be available for questions as well as myself and Claire Wilson, who has also worked on this project from R3. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Folks, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you,
Good,
Garth.
thank you. Thank you. I'm Garth Schultz with R3 Consulting Group. We're a prior consultant to the city on solid waste rates and recycling and solid waste matters generally. We work exclusively for local government agencies throughout California, and we're the authors of your prior rate study, which was adopted by council in 2017, setting rates for 2018, 19, and 20. This presentation tonight is just to give you a preview of upcoming attractions with respect to solid waste rates and plans for bringing matters back to council in the near future. Next slide, please. Well, we're waiting for the next slide. Oh, there we go. So as a general reminder, you receive solid waste services from Recology San Mateo for collection of residential, commercial, and multifamily garbage, which is in the black container, recycling in the blue container, and green waste and organics in the green container. They provide those collection services to the city as a part of a broadly procured and negotiated set of franchise agreements, which are implemented by the South Bayside Waste Management Authority on behalf of the city and the other member agencies, and Councilmember Carlton sits on that board, if I'm not mistaken. So you receive collection services provided by Recology, and through that collection agreement, there's an annual compensation that is set due from all of the members to Recology via a complex and robust set of financial calculations and negotiated items, especially for this upcoming 2021 year. You also receive what we call post-collection services, which are the disposal of landfilled waste and the processing and sale and marketing of recyclable materials, as well as of organic materials, so the comprehensive service is collection and post-collection, and you can see what's included in the rates that our folks are charged. The sole compensation to Recology and then also to SBWMA for the post-collection activities comes from the monthly rates that are set at a maximum level by the city and then charged and billed and collected by Recology from residents and businesses and multifamilies. For your single family residents, it's a single charge based on garbage container size, but comprising all of the three services, the bundled services that are offered to residents, being the black, the blue, and the green bins, again, set on the garbage container rate. For multifamily and commercial services, because there's less one size fits all, those folks subscribe to a minimum weekly service of those three streams and may have up to 5 or 6 days a week collection in a variety of combinations. And so they pay for each of their materials separately. Next slide, please. Now, prior to 2018, the city had not adjusted its solid waste rate since 2012, which is when the contract with Recology, just shortly after the contract with Recology was originated, taking over from the incumbent Republic, and that was via a robust procurement process led by the SBWMA that involved all the member agencies. So in 2017, via rate hearing, council set those maximum rates for 3 years and issued a Prop 218 notice for the 3 years worth of rates. And those rates were designed in order to collect revenue to cover the compensation requirements to Recology, planned future increases to those compensation requirements, and the amounts due to SBWMA for the post-collection processing and disposal. One of the things that we also sought to overcome in the 2018 to 2020 period was the fact that because rates had not been changed, the city was in fact, Recology, based on the city's rates, was under collecting revenues compared to expenses, yielding some annual shortfalls. So there was a hill to climb in order to regain ground, pay those shortfalls back to Recology, and set rates to cover the cost of service, while also moving in the direction of planned increases in those costs of service due to the fact that the Recology agreement was set to expire this year. SBWMA, along with the member agencies, extended that agreement for a 15-year period starting January 1, 2021. It was known at the time that we brought the rate study previous to the council that there would be a jump in compensation to Recology at that time. Fortunately, the rates over the last few years have set the city up and its ratepayers up well to be able to adjust to that. Next slide, please. When setting the rates back in 2017 and proposing rates to the council, we proposed these foundational principles. And these are what we're proposing to move forward on for the rate study for this upcoming cycle starting in 2021. One, revenues collected from ratepayers should fund the costs of the solid waste system. That's both the collection services with Recology that we mentioned and the post-collection services through SBWMA. It's important to note whether the council adjusts rates or not, the amounts that are owed to Recology and SBWMA remain. So this isn't about what's paid to Recology or what's paid to SBWMA. There are, again, robust and thorough processes regarding both of those elements. This is simply an exercise in how is the city's ratepayers going to pay the costs that are due via those separately negotiated and administered agreements. Two, ensure that there's a revised rate structure. And so this is essentially adjusting rates and moving rates towards covering the cost of service for their rates by the various categories, whether that's commercial or multifamily or single family, or for the various streams that are provided. Meeting all the operational costs and fees and also providing modest funding for the zero waste plan, which was also adopted by the council back in 2017. We also sought for it to be understandable and easy to implement by Recology, and in fact it was for this 2018 to 2020 rate period. The other thing we sought to do was to provide rate stability, both by overcoming the prior shortfalls that I mentioned, minimizing the rate impact to ratepayers, not having a spike one year and a decrease the next, having smoothed in rates over the course of time, and to base it on the actual data coming from Recology and SBWMA. Finally, sought to avoid future rate shortfalls because the rate shortfalls not only have to be made up in subsequent years, but also accrue interest if rates were not adjusted in accordance with meeting the cost of service. Next slide, please. So moving forward for 2021 and beyond, and we are anticipating recommending to council in the next phase of this, issuing a 5-year notice for rates via Prop 218 notice and protest hearing process. That this would essentially be based on the same process as we established before. So for example, we're in the process now of calculating rates for 2021. These are based on known and soon to be approved documents at the SBWMA board level regarding Recology's compensation via the amended and restated agreement, which again begins in January 1, 2021. There is a 10% increase in Recology's compensation from the City of Menlo Park's ratepayers in that compensation application, but you've also been building up rate surpluses in order to smooth that in so that you don't necessarily see that level of bump. It's also based on the facts and figures, tonnages, per ton tipping fees in the SBWMA budget and the current subscription levels. And those current subscription levels are those folks, businesses and residents who are subscribed to service as of July of this year. So it also takes into account the current COVID impacts, especially to the commercial service district. We'll also forecast rates for the following years, 22 through 25, which will be based on projected increases in Recology's compensation, which will have to be estimates. In setting these, you would be setting maximums. Theoretically, if our estimates are too high, the city could implement lower rates than were noticed in those following years, and it will also be based on future estimated costs for SBWMA post-collection fees. Next slide, please. Now, as a matter of comparison, these are the current now effective rates in the SBWMA service area here in 2020. You can see Menlo Park's about 4 lines down in bold. These are, again, the bundled rates based on the garbage container size. So this isn't the cost of garbage, it's the cost of everything offered to single family residents, inclusive of garbage, recycling, organics, household hazardous waste collection, bulky item service, all of the services the residents love and enjoy. And you can see the other comparable communities. To note at the bottom, Menlo Park's average rate, rate compared to the average without Menlo Park for the 20 gallon, which is the smallest garbage container size, and for the 32 gallon, which together comprise the vast majority of residents in Menlo Park, are below the average compared to other agencies. And your rate for the higher service levels, which are less subscribed to, less frequency of subscription, are right around the average of the other agencies. Next slide. So this is essentially teeing you up for what we have as an expectation, an early expectation of what the rates may look like for the coming several years. This is how the rates have adjusted from 2017 to present. And as you can see, for each of the bundled categories for single family residents, over that 3-year period, they increased about $8 a month in total. We expect going into this next rate setting period that residents should expect to see kind of a similar annual year-over-year increase in the monthly rate, meaning around $2 to $3 a month each and every year over the course of the next 5 years or so. We, again, the disclaimer here is that we have not yet completed the rate study. That's in process and will be presented to the council in a future council item. But this is just to give you a preview of what we expect the results to be. Next slide, please. Likewise with commercial, some similar, or rather we expect the forecast to present similarly to what it did for the prior 3 years. And I should note that we caught an error on this slide. In the 2019 column next to where it says $1.77, that should actually read $3.47. And in the 2020 column, it should read $5.11, with the difference from 2020 to 2017 being $5.11, essentially a nominal charge for recycling to begin to cover the cost of service. And then that missing cell right above the difference from 2020 to 2017 above the $192 for the 96-gallon once weekly organics, that should be a difference of $9.45. There's an important trend to note here that for commercial garbage service, it remained flat over the last 4 years, also remained flat since 2012. We believe that the results of the rate study will also keep commercial garbage service levels relatively flat. We do expect that increases to the once weekly recycling cost will increase somewhat similar to what it had in the past, where it went from no charge to nominal charge to begin to cover the cost of service. And for organics, it'll start to approximate the cost of service. But the primary cost to commercial subscribers likely will remain flat, certainly in 2021 and likely for the recommended 5-year rate period. Next slide, please. One item that was brought up during the council rate hearing back in 2017 before the council approved the 2018 through 2020 rates was the concept of providing a low rate income option. And staff and R3 did work to assess what options are available and how such an item might be offered to residents. There are other SBWMA member agencies who provide a low income rate option. And the eligibility criteria are essentially if a customer can demonstrate that they are in the PG&E care program, then they would also be eligible for a discount through the city's solid waste rates payable to Recology. The thing is that those cannot be funded via the rate funds themselves. Would be considered a subsidization from other ratepayers, so it would need to be paid by other funding sources such as the general fund. There is a question of how to administer approval of applications as they come in. We did seek to negotiate this with Recology in the past, and they declined. Other member agencies that provide this service in the SBWMA service area do administer them themselves. The good news is this isn't all that costly in terms of an annual compensation. We modeled, and you can see in the table below, the kind of potential discount amounts that could be offered on the monthly rate ranging from 10 to 25%. We also assessed the number of current enrolled care customers and those who are qualified out of the entire city basis. So again, less than half of those that are qualified are currently enrolled. And at a recommended amount of 20% of the discount, which is equivalent to the PG&E discount, the annual cost of just the discount itself would range from $8,900 to $20,000 a year. There is this question of how to administer it, and one of the things that we're aware of is that there may not be staffing capacity to be able to take on that administration. Certainly there's an initial administration. If it's 2,600 applicants, what's the kind of time and materials to be able to get through that? So that $55,000 third-party program development cost is a placeholder. We're not sure what it really would end up being, and the city may have a number of options to administer the program. But at the 20% discount rate, given that estimate of the third-party program costs, and assuming that all qualified care enrollees would participate, it would be an annual cost of around $75,000 a year. And this is an item we're seeking some council direction on, though I should note it doesn't really have material impact on the rate study itself. It's really a policy item for action related to the rate study being brought forward in the coming several months. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, this is what you should anticipate coming up in the next couple of months. We will seek to bring the council recommended maximum rates for 2021 in the following 4 years. There will be a council meeting. Councilmember Carlton and Councilmember Mueller probably remember this from 2017, presenting the results of the rate model and the 2021 rates. And at that time, seek council direction to issue the Prop 218 protest notice to customers. Similar to a water or sewer process, it's not a ballot measure. That would be for folks to issue a written protest to the council. And if there were 50% plus one of the eligible ratepayers or property owners, I know there's a policy being moved forward on this here to the council shortly, then the council would not be able to act. But that's the simple process. And then having the actual hearing, setting rates in November or potentially early December, at which time the council would be asked to vote on approval of the maximum rates for rates starting in January 1, 2021, and then having other rates tables approved for the following 5 years, again at a maximum level, with the knowledge that if those estimates were too high and things improved or there was fewer cost increases than actually were anticipated, that the actual rates could be implemented at a lower rate than the maximum that was set. Next slide, please. So in terms of council direction, we're seeking confirmation on the process for setting a 5-year rate and bringing those forward, confirmation that we are anticipating a January 1, 2021 rate adoption date, and that is consistent with the turnover into the new compensation year with Recology, and also will then be in line with an anticipated new budget cycle for SBWMA. They're switching from mid-year to annualized on January 1. And then seeking direction regarding the establishment of a low-income solid waste rate at the recommended 20% discount. And with that, I believe the last slide is just thanking you for the time in the presentation. We are available for your feedback and comments, although I may note I am double booked on a council meeting this evening. I have a colleague, Claire Wilson, who will take notes in the event that I have to jump off and go present on a separate item to the City of Nevada. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz, for the presentation. And are there any follow-up questions from the council before we take public comment? Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the cost of service varies by city and why the cities have such different rates.
The cost of service is established by SBWMA via a very complex allocation methodology. So it really should be equivalent by city. It takes Recology's total costs for providing services to all the member agencies and allocates it out based on the number of subscribers, the number of route hours, the number of containers, the number of truck hours. So it's a very complex and robust allocation process. So, you know, in theory, it should be the same for each of the member agencies. The difference here is that just because the compensation to Recology by member agency is equivalent, it's up to the member agencies to set rates themselves to cover that cost of service. So some seek to pre-fund rates for future years. So if you take the town of Atherton, they have not had to adjust some of their rates for a number of years because early on in this new contract, they adopted rates that were somewhat above the cost of service so that they wouldn't have to do this on an annual basis. There's also a different mix of residential and commercial ratepayers with each of the member agencies. And one of the things that is a trend here in the SBWMA service area and is a purpose and intent moving forward with the rate study that we brought in 2017 and here now is to ensure that the cost of service by sector is paid for by the revenues by sector, and that may not always be the same by member agency.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Combs.
And following up on Councilmember Nash's question, and I may not be understanding this correctly, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but if there is a delta between the cost and the revenue, what happens with that surplus?
Presently, it goes into funding the entire system. So
Right.
it still applies to the compensation on the whole.
Councilmember Carlton.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of to address Vice Mayor Combs's question, there are a lot of things that affect the pricing, and whoever takes over this for me next year, we should meet soon, because there's so many moving parts to this. It's profoundly complex, and part of that for a long time was we get fined when someone's bin isn't completely closed, or when the bin isn't filled correctly. They get fined. You know, there's a lot of different moving parts, and it goes up and down. And so when we overpay, it goes into kind of a bank account that's held, and that cushions the movement through the years. And I voted against the last rate pay because I didn't agree with what was put forward. So I'll fess up on that one. But the reason why it went up so much last time was because the state required us to stop subsidizing the recycling and the compost by overcharging for the black bin. There was a lawsuit, and there was a new state law saying that you had to charge exactly the cost for each one. And also the Chinese suddenly decided to stop taking our recycling, which caused us a huge amount of cost and consternation. And we still haven't quite figured out as a state how to deal with those changes. So they're still kind of digesting a lot of changes in the environment that we frankly had no control over. My question for you, Garth, is how does this fund the zero waste program and support landfill diversions?
So there's a contract management fee embedded into the rates amongst franchise fees that are also set and charged, and those have remained the same. That contract management fee at the time that we brought forward the rates and the zero waste plan in 2017 was increased from $300,000 annually to $415,000 annually. That $115,000 goes into city solid waste fund. I don't exactly know the name of it. I know Rebecca may be able to kind of name the fund specifically, but the zero waste programs that the city implements are paid for out of that fund.
Right. I'd like to get further detail, possibly not from you, but from Rebecca, on exactly how that funding comes in, how that funding's spent, and what the breakdown is on that. And the possible future additional charges that you mentioned, what does that include?
Which ones did I mention, please?
I don't know. You just said there are possible future things. One thing you did not mention, and I have to be a little bit careful because I don't know how much is public, but I think it is public that Atherton is talking about pulling out. And when they pull out of the agency, our prices will go up because each of us will have to cover those hard costs. And when are those? I assume those costs are going to be factored in when this comes back to us, so that the increases are more accurate. Is that what you were discussing?
I was referring more to unanticipated changes in costs, partially for SBWMA related to some of the decreases in commercial tonnages relating to COVID, unknowns about where the future costs of green waste, organic material, composting and processing will go. I don't yet know if the board has approved a new contract with a new service provider, and the fact that the board sets the per ton rates for garbage and organics on an annual basis And we know that for this coming rate year, that's somewhat below what's anticipated on new and additional costs. Another cost that's not yet fully known, and it's a kind of a broad one, is the cost of compliance with Senate Bill SB 1383, which is creating mandatory unfunded commitments and obligations for member agencies and the SPWMA relating to getting organics out of the landfill via a whole suite of programmatic requirements and obligations on the member agencies. SPWMA has not yet moved forward, as I'm sure you know, with the approval of a specific program or a program cost, and those will be coming forward in future years. So it's all of those packaged together that we'll be seeking to estimate.
Sure, and I know on that one, the California League of Cities, because I sit on the Environmental Legislative Committee, we're working with the state legislators who understand that a lot of this is beyond our control because of previous conversation, who are working on amending some of those requirements. So I understand that's up in the air. I disagree with the philosophy that commercial, the commercial fee doesn't go up and stays flat when residents take such a huge hit on prices. We can work that out later. I'm just giving you the heads up that we'll be discussing that further because I disagree with that. And a lot of factored into that is the commercial costs and how they might be used to subsidize other areas. In the legal ways, we can still do subsidies. But I'll stop there, and I know we need to take public comment on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Are there any follow-up questions before we go to public comment? Okay. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our study session item D1 regarding direction on the solid waste rate review, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So again, this is a call for public comment on D1, our study session item regarding direction on the solid waste rate review process. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Are there any other questions from the council, considering we don't have any public comment or direction to provide the staff before we take a dinner break? Councilmember Carlton?
I was just going to bring it to people's attention that Rebecca Lucky is our staff member who manages this, and she does a very good job because, as I said, this is a very complex area. And there is an overlap between greenhouse gases and some of our city's targets and what we're doing with the garbage pickup and how we deal with that in terms of the board looking into how we can capture some of that methane that comes out of the compost and use that for energy, how we can start transferring some of the trucks into electric or hybrid trucks and be able to factor that in. So it's not one or the other, it's beautifully woven in together. And I was just going to bring that to people's attention too. And for the record, I'm hugely in support of capturing the methane. With all the composting we do a huge amount of compost. And a lot of that compost gets sold off to farmers, which helps defer the cost, which is a good thing. But I think if the more we can capture, isn't it great if we can capture the compost and use that maybe to light flood park, or do something that's benefiting the community instead of just letting that methane add up in our greenhouse gases that we have pledged to reduce. So I'll stop preaching, but I just wanted to share that with you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Councilmember Nash?
So I have a few questions. The first is, what is the cost of this 5-year study?
Thank you, Councilmember. It's on the order of around $30,000 to $40,000.
And when for this thought on page D 1.2, the solid waste balance, the solid waste fund includes additional revenue from forfeited construction and demolition deposits that failed to meet building code requirements to divert 65% of the materials from development activities. How often does that happen, just generally? Does the deposit that developers are must put down cover the cost of that failure, and should we increase the deposit for better compliance?
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. So the way that construction demolition deposit works is we generally get about half and half compliance with the deposit system, and we've recently changed it through council's adoption of the building codes last year to a penalty system. So if you do not meet the requirement, then you will be charged $1 per square foot of the project total. So the deposit system was very administratively intensive, and so that's why we've switched to the penalty system. But any penalties will then move into the solid waste fund.
Okay, because that was my recollection, is that that wasn't working that well, and that so now your feeling is that it's working better?
Yes, and we've implemented an online tracking system through Green Halo, where contractors, permit applicants use, and then they go to specific facilities that have high recycling rates, so it actually helps the permit applicants meet their targets.
Thank you. And then why was the residential bundled rates increased in prior years, but the commercial garbage rates were not?
Hello again. That had to do with the relative cost of service compared to the revenue derived from the rates for that service. The cost of service for commercial rates, for commercial service, was below the rate revenues that were received. The cost of service for residential rates was above the rate revenues that were received.
Thank you. I assume that it's beneficial to use recycling and organics rather than garbage. Is there any way we can set incentives, or is that what you were saying, that we can't incentivize financially having people sort their garbage to reduce the garbage waste?
There is a concern that services need to cover their own cost, and that's what Councilmember Carlton was referencing. So that the rate study is moving in that direction in order to address the possibility of potential suit in the future. The historically speaking, the incentives for rates, so-called pay-as-you-throw garbage rates, have been in place in the state for 30 years. And findings in a number of communities over the course of the last 5 especially have pointed to the fact that it's essentially run its course. These incentive-based mechanisms for recycling haven't, they've gone as far as they can, and they've started to reach their limits. The state has also kind of taken that approach, and the state is taking a more command and control mandatory approach to recycling and organics via SB 1383 and a number of other state laws. So we do take care, and did take care in the prior study, still to ensure that there's not a cost disincentive to participate in recycling and organics. It does still remain cheaper for commercial customers to move that direction. But the fact of the matter on the cost side is that much of the time can actually be more expensive, especially with organics. And that's one of the reasons that the state is moving towards a more mandatory command and control approach.
Thank you. And regarding the low income option, it looks like it's costing about 2 times as much to administer it than actually is benefiting the residents. How are other cities doing that? And is there any way to get around that so that the money that we're spending actually goes more to residents rather than the administration of the program?
It's a matter of staff capacity. That estimate was, back of the envelope derived by R3 based on the question, what would it cost to engage some sort of third party to do this? And we intentionally made that a pretty fiscally conservative, i.e. high estimate for 1 year, based on the fact that that would be the new kind of engagement of a third party entity. The way I believe other cities do tend to do this is using staff in-house, and it's a matter of whether there's capacity to be able to do that with staff in-house to defray that third party administrative cost.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from staff before we take a dinner break? Ms. Lucky?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I just want to kind of ask if we could get direction on three of the items really, or if you want to wait, I understand that as well. But we're basically looking to confirm that the council would like to conduct a 5-year analysis of rates for 2021 to 2025, whether a discounted rate is something to explore, to bring forward to you at a 20% or at some other level, and then confirmation that you do want to set rates effective January 1st, which would be in line with the compensation required by Recology.
Thank you, Ms. Lucky. Councilmember Nash?
So what are the other options if we don't conduct a 5-year rate study? Do we then have to just stay at the same rate, or do we have any other options?
Well, we would need to definitely explore rates for 2021 because compensation will be due to Recology. And in the prior years, we've done 1-year rate implementation. So the last rate was the first time we've looked at 3 years. And the reason we looked at 3 years was because the new contract wasn't in effect until January 1, 2021. And there were still some outstanding costs that were unknown. And so we felt that was too early to bring that forward to council. But ideally, cities do it differently. Some do 5 years, some do 1 year, some do 3 years. So there are different options. We're recommending 5 years just for the ability to plan efficiently in order to, again, be productive and efficient and keep costs down with Prop 218 noticing requirements as well. And the other factors that go into it, staff time to analyze the rates.
Just one additional answer to that question is that, if the council were not to proceed with a rate setting for 2021, even a 1-year rate setting, you would end up with a shortfall of rate and revenues compared to the cost of service. And that shortfall would also accrue interest at the prime rate +1 with Recology and would need to be made up at some future time.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller?
I will direct myself as one council member. Go first to say to accept the staff recommendations.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I'm also supportive of staff recommendations.
Councilmember Nash? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, just because they are the 5-year study. There is the possibility that the discounting program, right, and starting on January 1st, right. Those were the 3 elements that Ms. Lucky wanted some direction on, and so I'm supportive.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Nash, I don't know if you had your hand up. Okay. I am also in support of the recommendations from staff. Ms. Starla Jerome Robinson.
I just wanted to make it clear that as a study session, we're looking for general direction tonight, which I think you've given beautifully, but we don't need a specific motion. But if we have 3 to 5 go forwards, then we will do so.
Thank you. I think we do. And at this time, we will take a dinner break. It is Ms. Herron.
Oh, no, please continue.
Okay, it is 7:25. We'll come back at 7:45.
Perfect. So if the city council could disengage webcams and microphones and only engage your webcams when you return. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Welcome back, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. We may reconvene the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that that item be discussed or continue to a later date. The next item is E1, accept the City Council meeting minutes for July 16th, July 14th, July 16th, and July 28th. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our current item, our consent calendar, please engage the hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So again, this is public comment for the consent calendar. Mayor Taylor, seeing no hands raised, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Do I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar? Ms. Herron? Not sure that Councilmember Nash made the motion and Councilmember Carlton seconded the motion.
Thank you. I appreciate the verbal cue. So I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Nash and a second by City Councilmember Carlton to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item on the agenda is F1. This is regular business with no staff presentation. This agenda heading is not for routine regular business items with no staff presentation. The City Council was asked to take action on each item. F1, review and adopt the City Council's procedures, City Council member requests, and this item was continued from July 28th. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item F1 regarding City Council Procedure 20-013 for City Council member requests, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. Again, this is for item F1 regarding City Council member request procedure. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Are there any questions or comments from council on this item? Councilmember Carlton and Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Carlton and then Councilmember Mueller.
I'm sorry, I was saying that Councilmember Mueller can go first. That's fine.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to wait for the next item. So I don't have a comment on this one. It's the next one.
Okay, I'm fine with the changes except for one thing, and that is traditionally, whenever a City Council member has an item that they wanted to put forward to council, they could just, a long time ago, you had to find someone else two of you had to bring it forward. And it was decided that it was onerous, that any city council member should be able to bring it before council, and we vote and we decide on what we want to, what we would like to add to our list of things to deal with. And I don't know why it was pulled out, but I think that council should retain the ability to make that choice. It shouldn't be a choice of staff. I think it is great to have staff give us input on how different things might impact financially or time-wise. But I agree that a council member should still have the right, and as I'll quote the way it says, a council member may request an item be considered on a future agenda, and upon agreement of the majority of the council, it goes forward to be considered. And I would like to leave that in there. I think it gets dangerous when we forfeit the ability to bring something and have ourselves decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Is there any other input on this item? Councilmember Nash, and then Councilmember Mueller.
So my concern was the timing. On some items, it may be fine for to make a request no later than 10 days prior to the desired council meeting. And then at the council meeting, we do another, there's another 10-day trigger before it actually could get onto an agenda. And in some situations that works well, but in some situations I can see where that's really going to be onerous to have a minimum of 20 days before we can actually discuss it on the agenda. So I would like to see those days, the number of, well, I guess I'd like to hear from staff as to the idea behind the days and what happens when we need to do something more quickly than that, so we don't end up with, well, so we have a process. Thank you.
Can I clarify what I said earlier before staff, and then he can answer both of us, two birds in one shot?
Yes.
I agree with you, Betsy, and that's not what was struck from the thing. What was struck from the thing is that we can no longer vote to determine what we review. I think that the 10 days is onerous, and that in some cases it might not physically be able to come. Some cases it can. Having that in there, I totally agree with you. But I think what happened is somehow in this, the wrong section got stricken from the record, and I think we're in agreement on how that should be fixed.
Thank you. Mr. Figueros?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Carlton, if I could just ask for you to point to the section of the procedure that removes the council from the process, because as I
F
intended,
1.5.
1.5.
The whole red section that's been stricken from the record.
Yes, so that was replaced with so it's intended to provide clarity that that any council member can ask or request for an item to be added to the agenda by emailing the city.council@menlopark.org. Staff will then put it on the agenda, and then the council will take initial consideration of the request. So that's where you as a deliberative body decide whether or not you want to, and then there are 4 bullet points of direction that you would give to staff. And then it comes back, if you ask us to move forward with the item based on the direction that you've given under which of the 4 bullet points you selected, then we would come back to the council when the staff report is ready. So I see them as being, the proposed language is expanded and clarified, as that was the intent of it. Now, if it doesn't do that, that's a concern. But by no means was this policy or was this procedure intended to remove the council from the decision tree regarding future agenda items. And And really the genesis of this is our ability to manage the resources that are available to get things done. And so the council policy currently provides for sort of a two-step process, consideration, and then if a majority agrees, to move forward. We've had some difficulty with that. There have been requests from council members that have sort of slipped through the cracks. And so this policy, this procedure is really intended to solve for that. So I don't know if that answers your question. It wasn't my intent to remove the council. As a matter of fact, I think this is more transparent and provides provides access to requests that we haven't previously had.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros. Councilmember Mueller? Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't finished. Sorry.
That was for Councilmember Carlton. For Councilmember Nash, 10 business days is just generally the amount of time. I mean, agendas can be in the works for upwards of a month prior to getting published. Clearly with regard to getting something onto the agenda, that time can be reduced. Those business days can be reduced. I think the challenge comes when we get requests that either the day the agenda is being published or the day after the agenda is published. And again, we're trying to manage the resources in an efficient and prudent way.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros. Councilmember Mueller, and then Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah, so I actually did read this the way that Mr. Figueros is explaining it, that it was, and this is my memory, because I think this came to us before and we talked about it, that this wasn't something that staff did sua sponte, but like we talked about this and there was actually some instruction in this, because the issue was, and I remember us talking about the fact that if you had to get a second person and you went to another person and they said no, you're kind of out of luck. And so the idea was that in this circumstance, if you just send an email to the CCIN, then you're always guaranteed there'll be a conversation about it at council. And so this is sort of to solve that Brown Act issue, talking to someone, them being like, no way. And then you're like, oh man, like, so there you go.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton.
Sure. For the first 6 years I was on council, and by no means does that mean anything has to be done that way. People at council member reports could ask on the dais, is this something we want agendized? And people could say, yes, it is, no, it's not. I only think I ever remember once the whole group saying no. Generally out of politeness, you would. And that's a good bellwether in terms of if nobody will even second to agendize it, it's probably not going to pass anyway. But it seems that this is throwing in extra hurdles that are unnecessary, and extra time that's unnecessary. I throw up a flag and say, hey, I'm interested in XYZ. Can we agendize that? And someone says, yep, that's great. We vote on it there. And then the 10 days comes where we put together whatever gets agendized, we deal with it. I don't understand the extra hurdle that's unnecessary and that draws out the time, to Councilmember Nash's point. I do like the clarity that it gives on, here are the 4 alternatives that we can vote on, because sometimes it gets a little sloppy when we say yes, what we're going to then do with it. So it's nice to have A, B, C, D as options. But I don't believe we need to have a 10-day, because the whole point is we're deciding whether or not to agendize it. This is agendizing it to decide if we're going to agendize it to then agendize it, which just seems like a lot more work than it needs to be. And if this is aimed at clarity and not wasting staff time, then I would prefer it to be something that we can skip that 10-day and be able to move forward with it at that point. It worked for the 6 years, so I assume it still can. But I do completely appreciate the clarity of those 4 options to help moving things forward.
Yeah, Councilmember Carlton, to your point, when the council member says that the dais under council member initiated items or council member requests, let's talk about fire safety prevention for 2021. You know, let's say that we're an issue that we're brought up, completely appropriate and legitimate. Whether the council wants to prioritize resources to preparing a staff report is really the question here. And so what the primary difference is that you don't have to wait for a council meeting to add something to the agenda. You can email city.council@menlopark.org. And then B, when that shows up on the agenda, you as the majority of the council then decides how much staff resource and time you want to devote to even exploring the topic. Because what we find right now is that absent that clarity, we can spend an inordinate amount of time on something that then displaces another priority. And that's what we're trying to control for.
Exactly, and that is the way it's been done before. People have thrown things in by CCIN saying we'd like to have this brought forward to have us vote, and people have done it on the dais. There doesn't need to be a 10-day warning because there doesn't need to be a report from staff, because the whole point is this something that we want staff to review for us to look at?
Yeah, I understand the distinction you're making. I think that on a couple of occasions we've skipped the first step and jumped straight to the second. So the request is to let's talk about fire season 2021, and then staff now has direction either at the council meeting or offline to move forward with investing a tremendous amount of resources in that project before the council has even discussed the matter.
Well, that's not, the point is that staff needs to vote. No individual or individual staff member, whoever, you can't have a staff member deciding whether or not we're going to review something any more than you can have a city council person, except the mayor. The mayor does have that privilege. But beyond that, it's something that the council should be able to review. And we shouldn't have to have 10 days to decide whether or not we want to address something.
Well, so agendas right now are currently published. Let's see, if the meeting's on Tuesday, we attempt to publish the agenda on Thursday. The work for the agenda is substantially done by Tuesday of that week, and we're just in the final stages. I think that we're saying the same thing, and that's— I
think we're saying absolutely different things. So let me try again. I apologize if I'm not being clear. It does not have—
an example?
No, let me finish, make sure that we're on the same page. It does not have to be on the agenda for us to vote on whether or not it should be on the agenda.
And that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for direction on how much resource to invest in that particular topic.
Well, that's what the city council will vote on.
So, for example, and this is the most recent example that I have to draw from, at the last council meeting, there was a letter that was added to the packet at the request of the mayor and Councilmember Nash that was different from, that was intended to influence and to help guide the council's discussion on goal setting. I did not know what to do with that. That did not represent the will of the council. That was the communication from two council members. I don't think it's my place to allow that to influence the report that I write and give to the city council. The council has not given me direction to do that. And subsequently, we're back to going through the process of figuring out how to reconcile the two requests. And so again, my hope here is that it's somehow, I think we've inadvertently skipped the deliberative discussion of whether or not this is something that the majority of the council wants to do.
Okay, can I
And-
use that example? If, and I'm not going to say Betsy Nash because I don't want to pick on anybody. If council member X has something that they want to add to what we're doing that substantively changes, that it's a whole different topic for us to review, that should be brought up before council to vote on. So if somebody wants to talk about, I want to review dog parks, I can't just in the middle of something put in a letter and start the whole council going down the road of discussing dog parks. That is a prime example of something that should be taken before council. The council votes and says, yeah, we want to take up dog parks. No, we don't want to take up dog parks. And if we do, we will direct you for 1, 2, 3, or 4 bullet points on how we would like you to address dog parks. I should not, as an individual, with or without staff support, the process is that it goes before council, we vote on it, and then we either review it or we don't. That's just the process. And if we don't follow that, then shame on us, but we need to at least make sure that we all agree on the process and move forward on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton, and thank you, Mr. Pegueros. And I do appreciate the item being on the agenda, and I was the one that asked for it to be moved to a different meeting. And if we look at what the City Council manual, the procedures says, I'm comfortable with the language in here. I don't see a need to change anything. And if we were going to rely on CCN, we're having trouble now with it. So to have something agendized there, so what would be the fix if there's a problem with technology? I'm comfortable with the way it is. We need to follow, and I understand, Mr. Pegueros, why this has come up, is that we need to follow what the manual says. And if you turn to page F1.18, it says placing items on the agenda. It talks about it in 2 different areas of the manual. And Councilmember Nash, I think you had your hand up next.
I would just like to, I completely agree with what Councilmember Carlton is saying and Councilmember Taylor, I'm sorry, excuse me, Mayor Taylor. And I actually think that given that you have used the example of our priorities as the example, I actually would love to have a better way to do that, because I'm very frustrated by the way it was just tacked into the report and there was no discussion about it. So, and it was not a request to put it in the report. That I was working with Mayor Taylor, and we were working with City Manager Jerome Robinson. And so I actually expected, given that she said she would put it in the report, that there would be some sort of discussion or something. And the fact that it was just sort of there, and then it seemed like last meeting, it was sort of, it was very unclear how it was even going to be discussed. I would greatly appreciate a better mechanism for doing this, because I think that it did not work well, and that this has happened before. But I think that, as has been said, the old method was not broken. I think it needs more discussion, and we need to adhere to it. But I think, well, and sending a written email to CCIN, I think just increases the likelihood that there may be miscommunication. And the more we can actually talk face to face, and then if you didn't know what to do with it, talk to the city manager, talk to Mayor Taylor and myself. I think it was something that we put a lot of time into, and I think that it didn't work well last week. And I would like to figure out offline, not now, how to make that work better. But I think that this was not, I don't think that the approach that's been recommended, where you send something to CCIN, is actually a benefit. Because I think that doing everything in writing would actually, you need face-to-face conversations, especially on something like this, where it is very unclear how some of these are treated. And it's not saying they're treated wrong, it's just how can we better get on the same page? And I think doing it all by on CCIN and all will not be the way to do that. One other comment is I would really like to get back to the having agendas published early with staff reports. It's very beneficial to be able to actually look at them. And earlier, I realized in the pandemic and everything, it was absolutely not possible. But as this is becoming the new norm, it's very beneficial to be able to have this early and be able to go out and talk to residents, talk to other people, and get some input into it. And when it's all, when we get it on Thursday for a Tuesday meeting, that becomes very difficult.
Ms. Robinson?
Well, first of all, I agree it's really beneficial if we can do an early publish on the agenda, but I will tell you, it is not possible to have meetings on every Tuesday night and get the agenda out a week early. It is not possible. You're drawing on the same staff resources. So, and then just so that's on that. But then secondly, if we look at the original policy on placing items on the agenda, I guess I'm curious how you interpret the language, because when I read it, it says a council member may request an item be considered on a future agenda and upon agreement of a majority of council, blah, blah, blah. So what is the tool used for the council member to request an item be considered on a future agenda? I think that's what we're trying to bring clarity to.
Well, looking, thank you, Ms. Robinson. But looking at, I believe it is the council reports, provide council members an opportunity to introduce matters not currently before the council. I think there's an opportunity there. I just think that the policy, we need to follow the policy. And this has been a discussion back and forth with staff, at least with myself. And it's just that there needs to be something clear that that this council follows.
So then following that lead, the idea would be that at a council meeting, a council member would identify under council reports a future request for an agenda item.
Yes, I mean, the language is right here. We just need to follow it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, and so the idea, if we're following along that thread, is that like as part of council member report, I would, request a future agenda item, and then at that point, a majority of the council would then need to support us agendizing a discussion. And I'm just trying to see, like, if I propose something that I want to agendize as part of my council member report, then what happens next? I say, oh, I want to agendize this, and it automatically is agendized, or does the council have a vote on it at that moment? Can someone answer me that question?
Traditionally, the council would then vote on it. And as I said, I've only ever seen, in my memory, I've only ever seen it once, where council said, absolutely not, we're not going to go there. But usually one person brings it forward, the whole council votes on it, and then it goes to agenda.
So I couldn't, if I'm sort of trying to understand what the staff is asking for, and this change, it is greater transparency and some sort of heads up, right? So maybe at that council member's report, this is another council member, this is my first time hearing of it. And so, yeah, maybe I'm like gonna, defer and say, oh yeah, why not? Let's bring this, when maybe it shouldn't be something, right? Maybe Councilmember Carlton, you said you've only seen, one time something get rejected outright. Maybe that in and of itself is indicative of a problem. Maybe more things should have been rejected outright and not waste, and as a result, not been a waste of staff's time. I think, again, like I think that the 10 days can seem a little draconian, but it does give everyone a heads up. It is visible. And so then I get some sense to sort of come to some decision on my own, maybe do a little research on my own before I'm in that moment being asked to vote on whether something should proceed or not, or whether staff's time should be devoted to it or not. So I'm not saying exactly where I stand on this because I don't know, but I can see that this proposal has lots of value when it comes to sort of not wasting staff's time in giving fellow members of the city council a heads up about what's coming to them, and not having a situation where people are voting for things that then are wasting staff's time for the sake of being nice in the moment and not having a full sense of all of the information that would inform that decision.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. And before I go to you, Councilmember Carlton, Mr. Figueros, I wasn't sure if you had a follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think the trigger here to Vice Mayor Combs' point is how much time how much time does staff invest in developing the staff report? The current policy says that if a majority of the council agrees, staff will prepare a staff report if formal action is required. That inherently takes time. It takes time to understand the request more fully, because what's discussed at the council meeting may not necessarily be the policy issue or the, what is the true or the desired outcome. So we need to flesh out the idea perhaps a little more. We need to review our resources, research the items. So the key here is the staff report. And the question is, do you want us to prioritize it ahead of everything else? Do you want us to send it to an advisory body to advise you as the council without staff support? Do you want us to work on it when we can, or do you want to defer it to a future time, whether it be goal setting or otherwise? So the key here is how much time do we invest? And to follow up on Councilmember Nash's comment about the last meeting, the analysis necessary to it does take time to write staff reports and to analyze the work that you and the mayor had compared, and that's why I said I didn't know what to do with it. We have lots of demands on our time, and that could easily have taken could have taken a considerable amount of time, and it will take a considerable amount of time. Based on our last meeting, we do need to reconcile and more fully understand the differences between what staff recommended and what the mayor and Councilmember Nash recommended.
Thank you, Mr. Figueros. Councilmember Carlton.
I agreed with the addition that you had on the rest of this in terms of staff report, and I maybe am reading this differently, but it seemed like this was requiring a staff report to vote on whether or not to agendize it. Okay, that's why I was interpreting that it was. I couldn't understand why we were creating a report as using staff time to create a report to vote on something. And to be honest, if something's going to be added to something that we're talking about that really changes the character or nature of what we're talking about, that's a different subject that should be voted on. That shouldn't be lumped in. But so you're saying that, first of all, you're saying that there needs to be no staff report. Can that request? And to Drew's point, I see what you're saying. So it is nice to be able to research something a little bit on your own before you suddenly have to vote on it. It doesn't serve anyone to surprise people. Would it be helpful to staff and all involved to say that requests need to be given in time just to be listed without any staff review listed on the agenda? I'm just working on the 10 days.
Absolutely. 10 days is 10 days. It could easily be, and I see the interim city attorney popping up here, but it just needs to be before the agenda is published, because after the agenda is published, then there's a tremendous amount of work correcting agendas and reposting and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I actually do see the value in changing this so that requests are agendized. So to Councilmember Combs' point, you have a chance to look into it a little bit and have a more informed vote. I have a little bit of a question. I understand why you say with no additional support on the direct the item to an advisory body. It's my understanding that pretty much nothing goes to an advisory body without a staff report. So would that be a change in how we do procedures with advisory bodies? Because my worry is that sometimes you play the whispers game of your child, where if you don't have someone to explain what the person before really said, they might misunderstand what the direction is. And I think that's why we do have at least a tertiary staff report that goes through to things that carry on. So I'm not really sure how you'd manage that, but I'll let Kara speak. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to respond to the 10-day issue. The way I interpret the old policy is that there was no time limit for when the council item would be agendized. So it was open-ended. Staff could take 6 months if they wanted to. Under the new policy, staff is required to agendize the matter in no more than 10 days. If there's time, staff will do it in 2 days, if that's possible. So that's my interpretation of the 10-day issue.
Okay. Just to get back to my intent with this is just to put the topic leaf blowers doesn't really take any staff time, and we vote on it and we look into it and make our determination. I wouldn't want to say leaf blowers has to then be on the agenda in 10 days because it might take a month to do the research for topic X or whatever it is. So on one hand, you don't want it to see it take 8 months, but on the other hand, it depends on the topic.
Correct. And I think just within that first 10-day period, what is being agendized is how it should be prioritized, which of the 4 actions you want to take. And it may be that you may want to defer it to or refer it to a advisory body, or you may be prepared to do something else at that time. That's what's happening in the first wave.
Okay, so on Tuesday, I decide I really want to look at leaf blowers. I call the mayor or the city manager, probably for Brown Act reasons, and say, I would like to see this on the agenda on Monday or Tuesday. They put it on, it goes out on Thursday on the agenda. When we vote on it on Tuesday, we have the ability to do one of those 4 things. Why does it have to be, why do we need 10 days to bring it back? You see what I'm saying? As long as we get that request in time for it to be agendized, it doesn't need to come back to us.
No, correct. That's the point that I was trying to make. It's no more than 10 days. We promised to get it to you, to get it on the agenda in no more than 10 days. But if we can get it onto the agenda in 3 days, we'll do that.
No,
is that correct, no, Dick?
No, I hear what you're saying, but if Betsy feels passionate about subject X and she just wants to put that name on the agenda for us to vote on, there's no reason for it to be delayed.
Correct.
Maybe I'm wrong, in my opinion.
I mean, correct. However, the caveat here is that we have that agenda topic provided to us before we publish the agenda. So if we're publishing the agenda on Thursday, if we get it on Tuesday, there's no problem. And yeah.
Councilmember Nash and then Vice Mayor Combs.
So I actually like what Councilmember Carlton was talking about, and well, I guess 2 things. One is the way the request is says right now it states that no later than 10 business days. So to me, that means that you have to have it in by 10 business days if you are going to be following this procedure. So I think we do have a disconnect there as far as the number of days it's required. But I also, as Councilmember Carlton was just saying, there's a piece there that I always thought was really important, and that is that the mayor is involved in the decision, and that the mayor and that the city manager are 2 people who are sort of critical to getting an item on the agenda, and also just flushing it out a little bit if there's any questions as to what it means. So if one immediately posts it on CCIN and it's visible to the world, it seems that you've sort of missed that critical piece of having that discussion with the city manager and the mayor, and that it sort of then can take, it basically can take on a life of its own, which may not be what anyone wants. And then the other piece of it, so I would like to see it go through the mayor and the city manager, which is what I believe it currently does, rather than have it posted on CCIN. The other piece of it is that let's see, actually, why don't you go to Councilmember Combs and come back, because I just lost that piece.
Okay, Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, Councilmember Carlton, I understand where you're coming from, but the thing is that if you just see this item as sort of a council member report sort of item, then you really don't have to have the city manager and the mayor involved, because again, as it is at the moment, any council member can say whatever they want to say or propose anything they want to propose during council member report. As I see it, and please staff correct me as I'm wrong, the only thing they're saying here is in that scenario where it is something that you would like sort of to agendize and it's a substantive policy issue, you should send, you know, an email beforehand, or you should sort of reach out in some way to staff so that it gets agendized and then like we're giving other council members a heads up. And so I think to what you're talking about is a process by which, like, we're talking about a full agenda item, and that yes, that the mayor would certainly be involved. And I don't see that, like, even in this process, the city manager is removed. Of course, any council member has the ability to discuss anything with the city manager at any time. And I would imagine that, like, anything that they're going to propose is probably something that shouldn't be a complete shock to the city manager and is part of like their ongoing discussions. So I think that we're slightly maybe talking about two different things. Normally I would say yes, like, right, let's the mayor should be involved in the agenda setting process. But as I see this is more like sort of giving people a heads up for something you're going to propose during council member reports. And I would say maybe that's not something that we have to loop in the mayor. But that's as I see it. Please, the staff can correct me if they see it differently.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton, and then Councilmember Nash.
Yes, Drew, you understand me perfectly. The mayor is not always involved on what goes on the agenda, nor is the city manager. And there may be very strong cases why you don't want to discuss it with the mayor. For example, Councilmember Nash may be working with Councilmember Mueller or yourself on a particular topic, and you've come across it and you're discussing it, and legally you cannot bring it to the mayor because you're already working with another council member. That's fairly common. So putting it on the list to be voted on doesn't require necessarily having a discussion with other members, because very often in life, you are in the same event with another council member, and you're Brown acted with that council member from the get-go. In terms of bringing it before the council for discussion, of course, after that, you do absolutely want to discuss it with everyone.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, so is there some language we could come to that, I mean, to Councilmember Carlton's point about, like, and maybe Councilmember Nash, about just making sure that, like, that the time limit or constraint that we're sort of providing is in enough time for it to be on the agenda, right? As that as early as an item can be on an agenda is when it will appear on the agenda, and we can sort of just drop any reference to the 10 days. Because again, we're just talking about sort of listing, you know, maybe a topic line in a short 2 or 1 sentence description. You know, I feel like if we can come to some consensus or agreement around that language, then I think we're there, because I think that is, from what I see, the critical issue is just ridding us of the 10 days and making it clear that, like, that if, you know, whenever is the next council meeting, of which the agenda has not been finalized and published, is when this item will appear and be discussed.
Councilmember Nash.
So two things. The part that I forgot to mention or forgot about before was just the priorities. And to me, you know, everything is a trade-off. So if we do get leaf blowers or dog parks or something on the agenda, it doesn't mean that it's going to, that we definitely do it, because something else has to come off, obviously. So it seems that we need to recognize that it's, as our city manager loves to say, we can do anything, we can't do everything. And so I think that all of us are cognizant that priorities, and that it doesn't mean just because something is brought forward, it will immediately go on to the, and the council is behind it, that it necessarily bumps something else off. The other piece is I actually do feel that it's important for the mayor to be involved in the discussion, because it seems that their agenda could be very much altered by what is proposed, and they should at least be part of what the discussion is. It seems that, and I guess I'm would love to find out from the city attorney, if my understanding is, if you are not actually discussing an item, but all you would be doing is saying, can we put this on the agenda, that would not constitute a Brown Act.
It's very difficult to have a discussion about an agenda item without going into a little bit more detail than that. Generally the conversation will lead into, if it's just leaf blowers, well, what is this, the desire to amend an ordinance or to create a new ordinance? Is it to ban leaf blowers? Is it to permit them in a certain part of the neighborhood or hours? Or, it's pretty difficult to have a discussion like that without getting into the details of the proposal. The other thing that I would add to the discussion is that pre-COVID, when we were having, agenda planning meetings in a more formal setting, I think both the mayor and vice mayor were involved in those agenda discussions. And so then we get into, further Brown Act issues.
But isn't the whole idea about what is on the agenda and prioritizing agenda items? And it seems like that is part of the mayor's responsibility.
Yes, it is.
So,
it is.
I mean, so it seems like it just sort of totally cuts out the mayor, and that concerns me.
Well, I think that this is an item that is, it will appear as a council discussion, council member comment discussion, and that is the agenda setting nature of the mayor's role, is to make sure that these requests get placed on the agenda per your council rules. So to that extent, the mayor would be involved, but to have the mayor involved in the prioritization of that discussion, I think the mayor would have to get involved in the details, and that involves having a conversation with the council member who's requesting the item.
So I guess I actually want a little bit of clarification, because if all you're doing is saying, I want to discuss leaf blowers, I think all of us are well aware of the Brown Act and know enough to ask, to not step over that boundary. And I guess, and what my concern is if something goes out on CCIN, then it pretty much compels, it already sets the stage, whereas there may be more nuance if in fact this mayor and the city manager are involved. And so it's really, it's about allowing the mayor to have some role in this agenda setting, not that, I guess I always felt, you know, to date, I have always felt like when Councilmember Mueller was mayor, and also with Mayor Taylor, that everything has always been fairly been, you know, everything's been done where I don't think we've ever violated a Brown Act, and I don't feel like anything's ever not gotten on. It just, I'm just concerned about sort of taking the mayor out of that equation.
Yeah, you know, I think that if the item is described, if it's just a matter of a description and that is presented by the requesting council member and delivered to the city manager, and then if there's no further discussions between the requesting party and the mayor and vice mayor who are setting the agenda, that's fine. It's just the concern is that then if you bring in all three parties and you start discussing the item, it, you know, it can lead to Brown Act violations. I'm not implying it will.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, for just, and I respect everything that's been said, but for a contrary viewpoint, I actually do think using the CCIN and having the opportunity to make record of what you're requesting is very important because while this council does a very good job of getting along and working it out, what you're trying to do is create a system that is inclusive of viewpoint as possible, even when that viewpoint is in the minority, and even when that viewpoint is so far in the minority that the other four don't want to listen to what they have to say on that issue. And so the CCIN is a way to create a record that there was a contrary viewpoint or a contrary idea of something that wanted to be discussed. And so I think we want to create systems that are collegial, but I also think we need to recognize the fact that this is a political body and there are politics involved. And we need to be able to make it as accessible to a minority viewpoint as possible, such that it has that transparency element. So I don't have a problem with the CCIN component of it at all. I think notifying the CCIN and putting the mayor and the city manager in the position that they have to figure out if they're going to do it or take a position that they don't, it's actually a good thing. And it's a good thing for the council to have to, as quickly as possible, say, do we want to entertain that discussion, that viewpoint, or not, and do it on the record. So, and this council's done a pretty good job of working it out, but there may be a point in the future where we'll have one person who sees things a little bit differently, and we'll just all have to understand it.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
My 2 cents is that we should not go there now, and that if someone does have an item that they don't feel is getting the attention that it needs, they always have the option to do it on CCIN, but to set that up as that is the stage, to me, means that there may actually be more friction just than the way we're currently doing it, which so far has worked, but it doesn't mean that someone doesn't have that option if they don't feel like they're being heard. It sets it up so you don't have to.
Councilmember Mueller and then Councilmember Carlton.
I think that really it should be left to the discretion of the person who's bringing the issue forward. So there's a calculus. If I bring something forward on CCIN, then there's a calculus involved in that. So I think we can say within the policy, it's up to the person how they want to bring it, right? But I think there's a calculus involved in that. Like, you're right, there are times that things have been brought on CCIN that it rubs people the wrong way. Rub people the wrong way because they weren't necessarily sure they wanted to talk about it, which is fine, you know. But there's also a calculus to be paid when you do that, because you're putting someone on the spot because they don't want to talk about it. So it is what it is. But I think it's also transparent too. I think it's good for diversity of opinion, for inclusion of opinion, and also transparency that we leave people that option.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton?
This is a good example of when I tell people you do your homework, you have your conversations, you come to city council meeting, and then you sit down with open ears to listen to your colleagues because they may have positions or bring up things that you hadn't thought about. So even though you come with a certain viewpoint, you have to keep your ears open and be flexible. And I've really appreciated. I know we've taken a lot of time on something that seems trivial to some people, but this is kind of a big deal, how we set these procedures, and I better understand why it was put forward. I agree it's good to have transparency. I agree that it's good to give people a second to think about something before you're asked to vote on whether or not you want to agendize it, because sometimes it might be something that you're not familiar with and you need a day or two to ask questions. So in the interest of moving this along, because it's getting late and we have a lot more to do, I'm going to make a motion and we'll see how that flies. I approve this. I move to approve this with the change that instead of 10 business days, we give 2 business days prior to the publication of the agenda. So at least that gives staff time to add that word or that item to the agenda, which should not require staff time other than just sticking it in there. So I think that it shortens down the 10 days, but it gives staff and others the transparency maybe they desire for things being added to the agenda.
I have a follow-up after Vice Mayor Combs.
Okay, yeah, because a quick follow-up. And so then, since now we've added a sort of optionality to it about like not necessarily having to email CCIN, then what is that other route of which the council? So you're saying your motion requires the email to CCIN? I thought that there was consensus around following what Councilmember Mueller said, that would be one option. And that there would be another option. And so what I was trying to, as far as communicating a desire to have something agendized, and so I was wanting to make sure that it was clear what that other option was for communicating that. Is it like an email to the city manager, specifically saying, hey, I want this, and then having to follow the 2 days? Is it like email to city manager or an email to CCIN expressing the desire to have this item agendized? And so I just wanted some clarity there, because for me, I didn't have that clarity.
I apologize. My motion was exactly as put forward, except for sending an email in time to make the agenda, not 10 days. And the reason I left that is that if we send it to the city manager then has to turn it around and send it to the city council members if we're going to have, well, maybe not. Maybe it would appear on the agenda anyway, and that would give us time. I'm quite happy having us send it to the city manager. That's fine. I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. You second? Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah.
So my question is, it's about the procedures manual, and this is more for the city manager or the interim city attorney, is who decides what information or how information is distributed and when the information is distributed to the council? So there's something in the policy, but I'm just asking for some clarity. If there's a report that's coming out, the report comes out in January, how soon does it come to the council, and who decides when it comes to the council?
I guess it depends. I mean, if there are times when we would turn it right around, and there are times when it might take a longer period of time, just depending on the circumstances and the agenda composition. I mean, I think, as you all know, we struggle. I get complaints on both sides. There's too much on the agenda and we're not getting all the items I want on the agenda. So, you know, it's an art, not a science.
Well, my question is more about information, not necessarily what's on the agenda. And so if, as information becomes available, what's the litmus test as far as who gets it first or how it's distributed to the council? Does it just go to the council member that's requested it, or is it given to all the council members?
Okay, so in general, the process and the rule that we try to live by is that we distribute the information. If there's an informational request, and actually this is a very timely question. So for anyone running for council now, if there's an informational request, we will start sharing the answer to that informational request to all of the council as well as all of the candidates.
Okay, thank you. And for clarity on the motion, so does that mean we have two options to request an agenda item or an item to be considered for being agendized?
The option I understood, but I will defer to Councilmember Carlton, was that an email would be sent to the city manager requesting that it be agendized.
Okay, so we're not using CCIN.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
My understanding, actually, my understanding was either or, that you could use, you could, if a council member wanted to send an email to CCIN if they wanted that public record. But an alternative was also to just email the city manager. That was my understanding of where we settled.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Carlton, though, is your motion, so correct me if.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash, you had your hand up. I wasn't sure if it was regarding the motion or a question.
I actually did have a question for both you, Mayor Taylor, and Vice Mayor Combs, and that was, do you, you're not concerned about the agenda item going straight to city manager, and do we want to, do you feel like you need to be included at all in that, either that it would then be sent to you from the city manager, or that it should be CC'd to you? Obviously, without, in which case it has to be more high level so that there's no brownout.
I mean, I'll just chime in first and then let the mayor go. I mean, again, from my perspective, this is no different than any council member having an ability to do in council member report, bring up anything they want to, of which doesn't sort of loop the mayor or vice mayor in, so they can, you know, loop one, not both. But and so I see this as a slightly more formalizing of that process as it relates to a proposal that will likely sort of, you know, need sign off by the full council and will consume some staff time. So that's the way, you know, I see it. I mean, again, at the end of the day, the mayor in our system only has one vote, just like every other member of the council. And so if it's something that, like, you know, as far as like priorities, at the end of the day, like 3 votes win. It's not who's the mayor. It is what has 3 votes. And so to me, this further sort of you know, falls in line with that sort of structure. So I mean, but I do see your concern, and I do see sort of like situations where, yeah, mayors may feel that, like, wait, this sort of thing is getting away from me. There's all of these things coming in. I mean, I still sort of see these things as like sort of not dominating the agenda, like, right? Most of the agenda are things that the council has to do, or part of like long-term priorities that have already gotten the vote of a majority of the council. And so I see these things as if not exceptions, some things that don't happen within a huge amount of regularity. You know, if they do, then yeah, I see your problem, the problem you're seeing very clearly happening. But that's how I'm seeing it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs, and thank you, Councilmember Nash, for the question, because that was my initial concern, is that through this process that the mayor would not be the major part of getting items agendized. And Starla Jerome Robinson, if you could come back out, and this is because I had a conversation with our city manager a couple of days about this, and this had to do with agenda management, but it was how to the formatting of the agenda being related to what is mandated, what has a timeline, so that we know in the agenda management process that those items need to be on there on a specific date because there is a deadline, it's mandated. And then thinking about, and our city manager asked me this question, I don't know if it was a week ago or 2 weeks ago, about what I wanted to see as my remaining time as mayor. And so it's hard to answer that question when you know that you already have this workload ahead of you of things that have to get done that are city business. And then for me, I look at my role it's a celebratory role with a title, but I still prioritize what the council and what the city needs. It's not about me. And so for me, so I'm kind of in the middle. I don't like the idea of sending a request to CCN. But just to kind of follow up, Starla, try to be informal. If you would just, I don't know, just if you would share your perspective. I mean, you deal with all 5 of us. You've dealt with multiple mayors over the past, several years that you've been with the city. And in order to maintain that level of the mayor must be the agenda setter. I mean, how do you see this? What is your perspective?
Well, I think the agenda is set in consultation between the mayor and the city manager. As you point out, like, my responsibility is to identify for the council hard deadlines. But we can't, and I think we've all had experience with this. I'm reluctant to wait till the day before of the hard deadline because sometimes the council needs more opportunity to have it come back again. And this is an example of one of those situations. So I think it's a collaboration, and there's no perfect way to do it, but I think as long as we're communicating and working together, that's the best you can hope for. You can have all the rules in the world, but if we don't work together, they won't be successful. Fortunately, you're a great collaborator, so that's not a problem.
Thank you. And my initial thought was just to utilize the tools that we already have in existence. Last year, I was grateful that at that time our mayor, Councilmember Mueller, brought me in to be a part of that process so that I would understand it if I became mayor or when I became mayor. And so it was helpful just to understand that process, even if I didn't have a lot of input. It was just being a part of it to understand where to go. And I think it's great even having Vice Mayor Combs participate when he's able to, because it provides just more input and some direction. And so it's always great to be able to talk things through, even if you don't agree, still is very helpful. So I appreciate this discussion. I appreciate the patience everyone has had, considering that I'm the one that moved this item to the state so we could talk about it a little bit more. And so in saying all of that, so we will have a 2-step choice in either or. Either you email CCN or you email the city manager. And so Ms. Starla Jerome Robinson, do you have any objections to the mayor and vice mayor being CC'd, or just the mayor being CC'd on that email too?
Well, as long as the city attorney thinks there's no potential Brown Act violation, I don't have any objections at all.
Okay. Ms. Silver?
Well, while we're waiting for Ms. Silver, once we're done with this, though, I do want to urge you that there are a number of grant items on the agenda tonight, and hopefully we could speed through those. So, all right.
Yeah, and I think it's fine to certainly copy the mayor, and then, I mean, it's just better practice in general not to copy more than one council member on an email. So that would be my recommendation.
And if I could just add to that, I think I would appreciate it if somebody's copied on it. So if I miss something, I have a backup.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now Ms. Herron?
Hello. So I do have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Carlton to approve or to adopt City Council Procedure CC-20-013, City Council Member requests, changing the 10 business days to 2 business days prior to the publication of an agenda, and having the options of sending the request to CCIN, city.council@menlopark.org, or directly to the city manager with a CC to the mayor. With that, do we have a second? Thank you, Councilmember Nash. By roll call vote, or is there any further City Council discussion? Seeing none, Councilmember Carlton?
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller?
Yes.
Councilmember Nash?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor?
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item on regular business is to review and adopt a city council procedure regarding video conference meeting participation. And Councilmember Mueller and then Councilmember Carlton.
Do you think there's public comment?
I was just about to take public comment. Do you want to wait or do you want to wait for public comment?
I can wait. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item F2?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So for any member of the public who has a comment on item F2 regarding City Council Procedure CC-20-014 video conference meeting participation, please engage the hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. Again, this is public comment for item F2 regarding video conference meeting participation, City Council Procedure 20-014. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Councilmember Mueller and then Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah, so I do have an issue with the way this one was written because in the language it says that the cameras must stay on or expected to stay on. And candidly, like I think we all do our best to keep our lights on when we can, but these are our cameras into our home. And if my wife walks in the room in her pajamas and wants to talk to me for a second, I want to turn the camera off and talk to my wife for a second. If my kid runs into the room, I might need to turn it off. Like things happen in your house. And so, so I think that to say that we'll all try to keep our cameras on as much as possible is acceptable, but to say that they have to stay on all the time, I think is unnecessary and also not required by the guidance that was produced by the state.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton?
Yeah, the way this is written is well intended, but has a lot of hairs on it. And in the interest of time, because as our city manager has pointed out, there are more pressing things for us to deal with. I would love the opportunity to go through this with our IT department and bring it back. So if you don't mind, can we table this to the next meeting, and then we can work on having this be a little bit more cohesive for our next meeting. So I move that we table this to the next meeting.
I'm supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you. City Council consensus will bring this to the next meeting. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is regular business. F3, approve the First Amendment to the Interim City Attorney Services Agreement with Jorgensen, Siegel, McClure, and Flagel. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So for any member of the public who wishes to speak on item F3 regarding the amendment to the interim city attorney services agreement, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the city council at this time. Again, this is in regards to item F3, the first amendment to the interim city attorney agreement. Seeing no hands, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council or comments on this item? Councilmember Carlton?
I was concerned about, since we're rolling over hours month to month, what happens when the contract ends with those hours? And I was told that those hours would be deducted out of the last month's amount that we owe them. So I thought that was a point I would just bring out that I had questioned and got a solid answer on.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councilmember Nash?
I just wanted to say I had the same question, got the same answer.
There aren't any, Councilmember Nash.
I move that we approve this item as written.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. I have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Nash to approve First Amendment to interim city attorney services agreement with Jorgen Siegel McLaren Flegel LLP. I have a second by City Council Member Carlton. Any further City Council discussion? Roll call vote. Councilmember Carlton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item is F4, appropriate $150,000 for contract planning services and authorize the city manager to sign an amended contract with the M Group for a total of $200,000. Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, I ask any member of the public who wishes to speak on item F4 regarding contract planning services with the M Group to engage their hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. Again, this is public comment for item F4 regarding contract planning services with the M Group. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Are there any questions from the council on this item? If not, make a motion.
I move approval.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Carlton and a second by City Council Member Nash to appropriate $150,000 for contract planning services and authorize the city manager to sign an amended contract with the M Group for a total contract amount of $200,000. Any further City Council discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Council Member Carlton.
Aye.
Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is F6, adopt a resolution designating the Public Works Director and Assistant Public Works Director as the city's authorized agents to obtain federal financial assistance from the California Office of Emergency Services and the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Ms. Herron,
Mayor Taylor, it looks like we might have skipped item F5.
Oh, I draw a line through it. Okay, thank you. F5 is adopt the resolution number 6580, approving guidelines for a written protest of utility rate increase subject to Proposition 218. And Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, I ask any member of the public who wishes to speak on item F5 regarding adoption of a resolution approving guidelines for written protests of the utility rate increase to engage their hand feature on the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you may address the City Council at this time. Again, this is the public comment period for item F5 regarding a resolution approving guidelines for written proposals or written protests of utility rate increases. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this item? Councilmember Carlton?
It talks about impacting water rates. I assume that this applies only to the water company that's run by the city and does not apply to Cal Water or any of the others.
You're on mute, Ms. Silver.
Sorry about that. Yes, Proposition 218 only applies to public entities. And so the water company that is, the water customers that are served by the Menlo Park Water Company will be impacted by this, but the other, the customers served by the other water companies in town will not be subject to the Prop 218 notice requirements.
So that's really interesting. So Cal Water doesn't have to warn people and doesn't have to listen to protests if they raise their rates. Is that correct?
That's correct, although they might be governed by the PUC or some other entity, and so they would go through that process. I don't know what much about
Right.
private water companies.
But Menlo Park Water, we have to give them the prior notice and allow them time to and go through that process. Okay, that's interesting.
Before increasing rates.
Right. The next question is, how do we know if it's the parcel owner or the renter that replies if they protest? And does it matter because it's written the parcel owner?
It is. Proposition 218 applies to the parcel owners. And so in the notice, one of the requirements that we will have is that it has to be the parcel owner, and the city clerk would be responsible for going through those ballots and verifying whether the person is in fact the property owner. Typically what happens is that we never even receive a majority protest, and so you don't have to make those types of verifications, but the guidelines do allow for additional time if we have a close vote and some additional analysis and verification needs to be conducted by the city clerk on that issue or other issues.
So if it's a huge apartment building, it would only have one owner that would count as a person protesting, not however many hundred people live there.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the council? Okay. So do I have a motion to approve item F1, adopt the resolution 6580?
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Carlton to adopt Resolution 6580, approving guidelines for written protests of utility rate increases subject to Prop 218. Do I have a second? Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. By roll call vote, Council Member Carlton.
Aye.
Council Member Mueller.
He had to take a break.
Okay. Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes with Mueller absent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. For the next agenda items, I'm actually going to take the one I just took out of order, F6 and also F10. F6 is to adopt a resolution designating the Public Works Director and Assistant Public Works Director as the city's authorized agents to obtain federal financial assistance from the California Office of Emergency Services and from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And item F10 is to approve the 2020-2021 Finance and Audit Committee work plan. And Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on these two items?
So Mayor Taylor, just to provide clarification, can I call public comment for the remaining regular item, no presentations, F6 through F10 at this time?
Yes, I'm fine with that. I'm
Okay,
comfortable
thank
with
you.
that.
Wonderful. So if any member of the public wishes to comment on items F6 through F10 as displayed on the screen, please engage that hand feature on the top right side of your screen. I will be able to unmute your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. Again, we're looking at items F6, which is adopt a resolution designating the Public Works Director and Assistant Public Works Director as the city's authorized agent to obtain federal financial assistance from the California Office of Emergency Services and Federal Emergency Management Agency. F7 is award a construction contract to Golden Bay Construction Incorporated for the Pierce Road Sidewalk and San Mateo Drive Bike Route Installation Project. F8 is adopt resolution 6582, accepting the ABC grant to support programs deterring alcohol sales to minors. F9, authorize the city manager to enter into agreement with SZS Engineering to develop a self-evaluation and transition plan pursuant to the ADA. And number F10, approve the 2020-21 Finance and Audit Committee work plan. Any member of the public wishing to speak on those, please engage that hand feature at this time. Seeing none, Mayor Taylor, we can resume the meeting starting with item F6.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And starting with item F6, are there any questions from the council for staff? No, well, I have a question, more so a comment, but I'll do a question first. And that is, I don't have a problem with adopting this, except I believe that both the deputy city manager and the director of public works should be the designee, and as opposed to the deputy public works director and the assistant public works director. And that's my only comment on item F6. And my question for staff, for our city manager, is that possible on this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe it is, but I think I would defer to the Public Works Director to make sure that there's not a federal requirement involved here. So Nikki Nagaya, can you join us?
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, council members. So I don't believe there's any federal requirement dictating who the signatories can be, but I think it was just to simplify. We had identified two staff in public works, so the director, which would be myself, and the assistant director, Chris Lamb, as the signatories in the resolution. But if you prefer the deputy city manager and the director, that's fine as well.
Thank you. Was there any other questions from the council about this item? Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. I just was curious, the way I read it, and perhaps I missed something, it looks like the resolution is not limited to the Chrysler Stormwater Pump Station project.
So I believe the specific requirements of, so FEMA has the requirements that we have this in place for any grant work that's done under the, and let me just read the title, the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program and Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program. The Chrysler Pump Station is the only program that the only project that we currently have funding for under those programs. But if we were to receive funding for another project under the FEMA requirements, then it would apply to those projects as well, but it's for a 3-year term. So at this point, we don't have any plans to apply for other projects, but we'd certainly keep an eye on that.
Broader than that. Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I don't have any particular issue with changing the officials that are sort of designated. My only concern would be that since, to Ms. Nagaya's point, this is sort of ongoing, the deputy city manager is a new position, a relatively new position, because we didn't have one for some time, and we have had always a director of public works and assistant director of public works. So I would just sort of say that, like, if this is something that is ongoing, maybe there is value to it being tied to positions that have existed for many years versus one that is, 2 or 3 years old, as far as I understand. But again, no concern, but that is one thing I would point out.
If I may, I think the benefit to having the Assistant Public Works Director involved is that he's more hands-on on this particular job. And so it does give value that he's got more knowledge about the job than any of the rest of the staff. But of course, we'll do whatever the council wants. And while I have the floor, I do want to take an opportunity to do a shout out for Public Works. This is a $5 million grant, and I am proud of the work they did to get us this grant. So thank you, Public Works.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Jerome Robinson, and specifically Eric Hinckley, who's our associate engineer, did a ton of work to get us here. So we're glad to be able to accept the grant from FEMA for sure.
Thank you. And Councilmember Nash?
First of all, thank you for highlighting that, because I wasn't quite aware of that from this report, and that actually is fantastic. Good job. Having said that, is there anything to this resolution beyond accepting the grant that would, because as far as who we designate?
So primarily this is related to being able to accept the reimbursement funds from FEMA for the $5 million grant on the project. So I think if you have more specific questions beyond that, I will defer to our Assistant Director, Chris Lamb, who's kindly giving me some information to help answer these questions. But beyond that, he's much more knowledgeable about the specifics.
My question was strictly just if it's just about if this resolution basically just is about accepting the money, in which case it seems to me that it would be appropriate to have a higher level, the high level people doing it. Not that Mr. Lamb isn't high level, but just close to this.
Understood. So the specific requirements from FEMA have the city needs to designate staff who can sign off on the submittal of invoices and the requirements to verify that the invoices and reimbursement request materials going to FEMA meet all their requirements. So that's the bulk of the scope of this particular designation. So that's why we had identified Mr. Lamb and myself, and clearly Mr. Lamb is the more knowledgeable on the program requirements, just on the day-to-day invoicing and specific requirements of the program.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Lamb here? I just want to say thank you. He is here.
Yes, he's not on screen, but he's listening.
Okay, we can never tell how many people are here. Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs?
I mean, yeah, I see Mr. Lamb is on. I think based on all that, I think there's been probably a lot of back and forth about minutia on this issue about the designees. I mean, my suggestion would be that we just keep it as staff has suggested. I see no real reason to change it. Mr. Lamb is the one most intimately involved, and so I don't see why we would sort of bump him off of this designation, which really has no value anyway. But yeah, I don't know, like that it's worth sort of, you know, extensive council discussion or some valid reason for changing it from what has been put before us by staff.
Councilmember Nash?
I just wanted to state that the reason why I would do that is because if it goes beyond this one project, the 3-year resolution, but I have no problem with it as written.
Yeah, it still seems as though that's probably something that the assistant public works director is most intimately involved. But either way, you and I sitting here in this meeting don't know, right? Who does know is staff, and this is what they've suggested, and I haven't heard in our discussion a really sort of valid or legitimate reason why we would sort of, on this very sort of minute issue, why we would make a change.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs and Councilmember Nash, for your input. And the reason I brought it up is just I realized that our deputy city manager has been with the city for an extensive period, even not with that specific title. I actually don't remember what Mr. Murphy's title was prior, but just thinking about his experience and the project size is the only reason why I recommended it. I believe in titles, and he has that title for a reason, and it's usually the senior staff that are handling the, I guess, the invoicing or looking over and approving things. And so I suggested Mr. Murphy because of the length of time he's with the city and also with his experience. So that's why I didn't say that earlier, to clarify. And Mr. Lamb, I'm sorry that you came out and left. I just wanted to say thank you. This project is a big deal. And so I just want to say thank you. And you just never know when people are coming back. You don't have to come back. I just want to say thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes.
So can I move?
Yes.
So Vice Mayor Combs, for the record, can you state your motion, please?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Well, are you changing the designee or are you just adopting it as presented by staff?
I'm not going to change the designee. I think this is what staff has presented, and I don't, for my motion, I don't see a reason why I would change.
Thank you for clarifying. So then the motion by Vice Mayor Combs is to adopt a resolution designating the Public Works Director and Assistant Public Works Director as the city's authorized agents to obtain federal financial assistance from the California Office of Emergency Services and Federal Emergency Management Agency. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Any further City Council discussion? Seeing none by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash. I apologize, Councilmember Nash. I didn't catch your vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
The next item is item F7, award a construction contract to Golden Bay Construction, Inc. for the Pierce Road Sidewalk and the San Mateo Drive Bike Route Installation Project. And Ms. Herron, we already called public comment. Are there any follow-up questions from the council? Or do I have a motion? Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Carlton to award a construction contract to Golden Bay Construction Inc. for the Pierce Road Sidewalk and San Mateo Drive Bike Route Installation Project. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. By roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton,
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item is F8, adopt a resolution 6582 accepting the alcoholic beverage control grant to support programs deferring alcohol sales to minors. Are there any questions from staff on this item? Councilmember Nash.
I just want to make a statement that there was a planning commission meeting about a liquor license, a new liquor license back in November 2019, which I attended. And in that meeting, there was, it was actually not brought up, our drunk driving statistics were not brought up. And I would just request that we ensure that this information is made available to the planning department, and if something comes up again, at least they're aware of it, because there was apparently the police had no input into the, it was stated in the meeting that the police had no input into the liquor license, and it sort of seems to go contrary to what this report says. So just a comment.
Councilmember Nash, were you expecting staff to follow up with you?
No, just a comment to please make sure that we're making sure that the information is cohesive across departments.
Okay, there aren't any other comments or questions from the council. Do I have a motion to approve?
Do we have a motion?
I'll move if no one else will.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Do we have a second to Councilmember Carlton's motion to adopt resolution number 6582, accepting the ABC grant to support programs deterring sale of alcohol to minors? Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Any further city council discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton,
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is F9, authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with SZS Engineering to develop a self-evaluation and transition plan pursuant of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Are there any questions from council on this item? Councilmember Nash.
So I've already discussed this with staff, or mentioned it to staff, but just wanted everyone to know that Upper Laurel campus should be added to the list on page F9.5.
Mr. Lamb?
You're correct, Councilmember Nash, and that was a typo in the table, so we'll make sure that's fixed.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve item F9?
Thank you, Council Member Nash. We have a motion to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with the SDS Engineering to develop a self-evaluation and transition plan pursuant to the ADA, including an update to page F9.5 regarding addition of the Laurel campus. Do we have a second? Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Or any further city council discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote. Councilmember Carlton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item G1. G1 is,
What happened to 10?
oh, I drew a line through it too soon. Item F10 is to approve the 2020-2021 Finance and Audit Committee work plan. And are there any questions from council on this item? Councilmember Carlton?
On the ongoing items that they have in the current work plan, since so many of our meetings have been delayed and staff and all, I was just wondering how many of those items in the current work plan might roll into their work plan for next year. Hey, Dan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Dan Jacobson, Assistant Administrative Services Director. I serve as the liaison to the Finance and Audit Committee. A very good question. I think that there were several items at the end of the previous work plan that rolled over. As you've no doubt noticed, I would not be surprised if there were a handful that had ongoing requirements into the next fiscal year, depending on what is accomplished. I think that certainly the ongoing items are necessary to complete. So those are things like the investment policy review and the independent auditor's report. Those ones will not roll over, but I could envision one or two of the other items rolling over depending on what progress is made.
Okay, great. And when it talks about them reviewing the unfunded pension liabilities, that, I mean, we spoke earlier about how complex all the things that go into the pricing for our waste and composting. There are people who actuaries make a career out of trying to understand exactly all the parts that go into this. And I would love to see as they come to conclusions, maybe before and afterwards, that they actually run by what they're going to look at with an actuary. And certainly before anything is published, they run it by an actuary to make sure that what they've looked at actually runs in line with what the actuary sees happening as well. Can we add that in there?
Absolutely, and that work is actually already ongoing. This subcommittee did carry over work from before, and the city has recently implemented a tool to help understand the city's pension liabilities and unfunded liabilities. And there was actually an opportunity for the subcommittee to meet with an actuary and have that review just last week, I believe, and fully intend to utilize that tool and that actuarial expertise, because as you pointed out, it is just extraordinarily complex.
Wonderful, that's great. And please give them my thanks. When they look, the section about the website dashboard and with OpenGov, I love their idea of creating a how-to guide, because that is very complex for people. And the whole point of us spending the money and the time to put on OpenGov and these things is to make it more transparent and easy for the layman resident in Menlo Park to be able to see what's going on in the finances. And having a how-to guide, I think is a wonderful idea. I think it's a huge project, maybe more than they realize. But I applaud that, and I think that's very insightful of them to do that, because we want to make sure that regardless of what your background is, you should be able to get on and see what's happening if you're interested to look into the city's finance. And that's kind of the reason even back when I was on the finance committee, we were working on getting this done. So I'm delighted to see them move forward, and I think that's wonderful. So I tell them I think that's a lovely addition to their workload, and something I think that people will really appreciate. In terms of comparative benchmarking, I'm not really sure where they're going with that. It makes me a little bit nervous, only as much as whenever we do benchmarking, I'm not suggesting we do this. I think that the city in many cases has death by $50,000 study. We don't need a study for this, but benchmarking can be so complex. That's why people do it as a career. And you always want to make sure that you're benchmarking against the right thing. For example, there's an individual in Menlo Park who always says that for a population of our size, we have too many staff. And really the correct benchmark would be for a city that provides X many services, how many staff do you need to support 2 libraries, 2 pools, and the different services that we have. So you can have a fabulous benchmark that doesn't actually illustrate anything useful if you don't benchmark it against the correct thing. So I don't know how we guide them to work with staff or the correct people to make sure that if they come up with some benchmarking, that we make sure that they're very mindful on what's benchmarked and why, because otherwise you can end up kind of reverse engineering some things that maybe don't have the right basis. And so, as I said, that makes me, I see why they want to do it, but I hope they work with staff to make sure that that's done in a way that gives us something actionable. And to the point of, I like what's on their work list. They have a parking lot of items. I actually would like them not to do the parking lot items and to not even consider that, because what they're talking about is rushing through, and if they have time to add these things on. And that's really not how we do this. The process is they say we're going to do A, B, C, D, E. Staff puts that out throughout the months and through their agenda, through their schedule to get that done. And I think what they have listed is fantastic. The parking lot items are a little sketchier. Some of them aren't even within the purview of the finance committee. So I congratulate them on being very thoughtful. I think what they're doing is really great, and I support it. I would vote to absolutely approve their work plan, but I would delete the parking lot items because I think they're not going to get to them, and I think that some of them aren't really things that are within the purview of what the finance committee does anyway. So to move us along, I'll make that motion.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, so I am gonna oppose that. I hear you very much, Councilmember Carlton, with regards to the parking lot items, but it is things that members of the committee have expressed some interest in. And so I think as this sort of compromise, there is this like, well, let's put that in the parking lot. And from the meetings I've attended, I think that there is a general sense that, yeah, we're probably never going to get to the parking lot items. And I think as has been shared with some of the members, and to your point, it's not clear that some of those things are even items that the Finance and Audit Committee should take up. But I'm hesitant from council to just sort of like carte blanche say no, you know, let's get rid of your parking lot items. Again, like I say, because it is things that people have expressed some interest in, and I do want, and a lot of this is the parking lot items is about just recording that there was some interest among some or one member of the committee, and so that's why I'm hesitant to support getting rid of it. But in spirit, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I am supportive. But I do think for the sake of not sort of, again, like I say, just carte blanche getting rid of items that they have expressed some interest in.
Councilmember Carlton.
Making note of what they're interested in is what minutes are for. It's not for what their work plan is for. And if we were just going to rubber stamp everything, there's no reason for it to come before us anyway. We look at these to be able to say, and one of the problems that we've had before with various commissions and committees is setting expectations. And that's exactly what we're here for, is to set expectations. I'm surprised some of these even came before us, because they should have been captured in the minutes and someone should have said, that's nice, but that's not really what your purview is. And what we're doing by approving this is saying it is within your purview, and it's not. And if you think it is, then this is a longer conversation that we should have than probably we're going to have at this point in the evening. But I stand by the parking lot items absolutely should be held in the minutes. They should not be approved as things that we approve them to work on, which is what we're doing right now, because I don't approve them to work on all these. And that is within the purview of the City Council. That's why we're here.
I don't think anyone sees the, I mean, we can just sort of, there's a motion and I'll let to see if there's a second. I don't think, and staff, please let me know if you disagree. I don't think anyone sees this process as the City Council approving the parking lot items. Again, it's not even clear that, like with some of those things on the parking lot, that there is more than one person on that committee has even interest in it. So it's not something that, those are not items that even a majority of the members of the Finance and Audit Committee have like expressed an interest in pursuing. Like I said, in some cases, just one person bringing up something and it being recorded. I hear you where you say it's recorded in the minutes, but again, I still, like I say, wouldn't want to be in the position of just sort of, you know, without further engagement, just telling them that we've gotten rid of their parking lot items.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobson, you came on, and then after that, Councilmember Mueller.
Yes, thank you. I did just want to add just a little bit of context. The committee did discuss whether to keep the parking lot items on. So that certainly was under discussion at the committee level. And in addition, they do understand that any changes to the work plan must be approved by council. So there won't be anything that would move from the parking lot to the actual committee work plan without council approval.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Councilmember Mueller.
Mr. Jacobson covered it. I'm all good.
Councilmember Carlton.
Having these items on, and even if even it's one person put this and they haven't even all agreed that they want to look into these, it does put it within their realm of things that they look at. And if we want to agree that all of these things in the parking lot are things that are within the realm of what the Finance Commission does, then that's a longer conversation, because there is a finality of City Council looking at these and saying that City Council thinks these are things that you should review for the future. And I don't agree they all are. If we can go through each one of them if you like. But all of these are not within things that I want to send a signal to the Finance Committee that these are things that we would like them to have within their.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so I don't think that's an accurate description. So the council tonight isn't approving that they want them to look at these items in the parking lot. For staff, staff hasn't represented that to be the case, nor Councilmember Combs and I, who are part of those meetings. My memory of that discussion was that it was the exact opposite. It was that the reason why they wanted it to be listed in the parking lot is because they wanted to be very transparent about the things that they are thinking about, so that it would elicit to see if anyone on council is interested in those items. But it's nothing that's going to be worked on without it coming back to council for approval in the work plan. They're just included it to be transparent about what some of the members of that committee are thinking about. So I think of it as sort of like an appendix, but not something that's being approved to work on this year. I don't have any problem with making a transparent record of those items that they thought were interesting but didn't include in their work plan. So I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton, did you have a follow-up?
Sure. The way the work plan was worded, we are approving that as they finish things on the work plan, assuming they do, that these things will roll into things that they work on. That's the way it's worded in the staff report. But if you second my motion, I'm good with that.
So, I mean, if you just want, look, guys, if you just want to say that they have to come back to us to approve, so leave the work plan alone. But they just have to come back to us to approve things coming off the parking lot, which is what everyone has said the intent is, then we're done. So I don't know if that's a friendly amendment. It's certainly what the intent. I think everyone's on the same page of what the intent is. So if that's a friendly amendment, we can all accept. That's fine with me.
Councilmember Carlton.
My motion is to approve what is on their work plan, and I have taken note of what is on their parking lot, but I don't approve it. I think it sends a bad signal to approve things that we don't. I absolutely see that. I acknowledge seeing that. Thank you for the transparency, but that's not what I'm approving. Tonight, I'm approving what's on their work plan only.
I have a follow-up question for Mr. Jacobson. Mr. Jacobson, with Councilmember Carlton's motion, if we do not approve what's in the the document as it is, approve the parking lot items, so they still stay a part of the minutes from the meeting. They still stay a part of whomever put this list together, if it was a collaborative effort by all the Finance and Audit Committee members, or if it was items that each member wanted to add to the parking lot for possible future discussion. So how would it work if Councilmember Carlton's motion is seconded and approved by vote? Does it matter?
So to answer your question, every suggestion that's included in the parking lot is also included in the minutes from the meeting at which it was discussed, including the most recent meeting, because each of the items was discussed at that point. The work plan does not include any parking lot items at this point. The parking lot really is intended as just that running list of things that were discussed. So from an agenda preparation and document retention perspective, I think that could be they could be separated if that were the desire of the council. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And then was this all the members of the committee added to this list, or so whose thoughts were it? And you don't have to, I could go back and look at the minutes from the meeting. But this obviously isn't one member's list. This is a collective list.
That's correct. It is a collective list. It was compiled over several years. So some of the items that are on there have carried over for some time. It's just parking lot items.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, I think there has to be some acknowledgement that over the last year and a half, this committee was not in a happy place, and now it is. And it's working functionally, and their input, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, look, we're gonna go ahead and record what your thoughts are, but you have to come back to us if you want to have them approved and added to your work plan. But we're going to acknowledge in a transparent fashion in this document that that these are the things you have sitting in the parking lot, and we've actually looked at them and read them, and we acknowledge they're in the parking lot. And at some later date, if you really want to pursue them, you can have the opportunity to make that case to us. There's no prejudice to us in doing that. And it has taken a lot of work to get this committee to the point it is now.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Carlton?
That's exactly what my motion was.
No, I want to approve the document the way it is, the way that staff has interpreted it, and just say to them if they want to come back to us and pull anything off the work plan and pull anything out of the parking lot to be approved to work on, that they have to do that. But we can approve the document the way it is, the way staff interprets it.
But that's not what's written in the document.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I'll just, Mayor Taylor's line of questioning actually reminded me of one of my requests during a meeting was that actually we list names, or at least a name next to the parking lot for each item. To further sort of suggest that, again, this was not sort of, the committee acting as a collective or expressing any sort of collective desire, but this was to some degree just a type of a minute exercise in the sense of recording that what someone had, at least one person had expressed an interest. That suggestion didn't, I'm pretty sure for a variety of reasons, make it into what we're seeing right now. And I also think that suggestion would possibly prevent some of this issue of things in the parking lot just rolling over year after year. Councilmember Carlson has a motion, which there has not been a second. And so does anyone want to make a second on that motion? If not, I will make another motion, but certainly want to give the opportunity, if it is there, for someone to second the motion that's on the floor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs.
I'd like to repeat my motion to make sure that you understand, because I think there's some confusion. Assuming that we are voting only on attachment A, is that correct? As the work plan?
That's a question for Mr. Jacobson.
Yes. The work plan is attachment A, yes? That's what we're voting on?
So yes, though I think that there may be some, this may have been an error on my part in representing things. The work plan really, in terms of the items that the Finance and Audit Committee desires to work on and is recommended to City Council, it is only the items above the parking lot.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. I am moving that we support it, and just clarifying that that doesn't mean that we've approved the items in the parking lot.
If I may propose a potential solution, if the council desires some additional clarity on the parking lot, particularly, for instance, when an item was proposed and who proposed it as a separate record, separate from the work plan, that is certainly something that we can work with the Finance and Audit Committee to prepare and return to council if they desire.
No, I don't think it helps to know who, because then it becomes personal, and it should never be personal. It's looking at the actual items themselves. I just wanted clarity because, it's about managing expectations and transparency and clarity. I agree completely with their work plan. I think it's great. I want to make sure that they understand that that doesn't imply agreement on the parking lot items.
And I believe that is.
That's my motion.
Mr. Jacobson, did you have a follow-up? It didn't sound like he completed his statement, or maybe my audio went out.
No, Madam Mayor, no particular follow-up other than I believe that the understanding of the Finance and Audit Committee is that the items on the work plan and not the parking lot are the items to be discussed absent additional direction from council.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. And I guess the simplest thing would have been to have the work plan on page 1, and then the parking lot on page 2. Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, I will second the motion. I feel we're talking in circles and again, getting into an issue of semantics. And so I second. Let's move.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Carlton and a second by Vice Mayor Combs to approve the Finance and Audit Committee work plan only for 2020-21. Any further City Council discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton.
Excuse me, I think Councilmember Nash had a question.
Oh, my apologies.
I'm sorry. So we're just talking about numbers 1 through 6, recommended projects 1 through 6 that we're approving. Is that correct?
That is what is on attachment A listed as the FAC's work plan.
Yes, Councilmember Nash.
Okay, so by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
And at this time, we will take a 5-minute break and return to item G1 for regular business.
Thank you. Please only engage your webcams when you return. Welcome back, City Council. Having everyone back on our virtual dais. Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item on regular business, under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions. Item G1, update on and consideration of extension or modifications to the downtown street closure and temporary outdoor use pilot program. To introduce this item is our Assistant Community Development Director, Deanna Chow.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and Vice Mayor Combs, members of the City Council. I'm Deanna Chow, Assistant Community Development Director, and let me get my screen ready. I have a brief presentation for you this evening. Are you
Deanna,
able
it looks
to
like
see?
we see the note version.
Okay, let me see if I can switch the. Is that better?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Good evening. So this evening, we're here tonight to receive an update and to potentially consider modifications to the downtown street closure program and temporary outdoor use program. So just as a little bit of background, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the City Council took action and created and established an urgency ordinance that created really 4 primary components. One was to modify the street pattern in the downtown area, so a street closure, which aligned to the Chamber of Commerce proposal. It established a temporary outdoor use permit and a streamlined process to allow for outdoor use of parking spaces and temporary parking lots and sidewalks. It waived all associated fees with the temporary outdoor use permit, and it established a 90-day pilot program with a 45-day check-in. So that direction was provided to staff on June 16th, and on June 19th, the City Council adopted the urgency ordinance. Following that, the City Council received some feedback from the Chamber of Commerce and decided to modify the urgency ordinance. So based upon feedback that was given, the City Council modified a few of the street closures in downtown, so reopened some one-way traffic lanes and added personal services and fitness studios to eligible uses for temporary outdoor use permits. So that was in addition to retail and restaurant uses. And these changes are really suggested to allow for more on-street parking, for businesses to aid in walk-by traffic, and to allow for additional businesses to take advantage of the outdoor operations. So on August 11th, City Council received an information item with some feedback from the program, a status of what permits have been applied for, and then tonight we're going to be considering potential modifications if desired by the City Council. So in terms of highlights of the program, so thus far staff has received 17 total applications for outdoor use. 9 of those are for dining, 3 are for retail, and 5 are for personal services. All but 2 are located in the downtown. As part of the program, the City Council identified $300,000 from the Downtown Streetscape Capital Improvement Fund to set aside for potential costs associated with the program. So approximately $30,000 has been spent, approximately $25,000 for barricades, and these are for the street closures, and also for assistance with some of the businesses to provide a barrier between their outdoor use space and travel lanes. And then one thing that the City Council was interested in was also to help beautify the streetscape. And so we spent some money on the trees that you see along street closures, as well as some of the plantings in the planters that provide the barricade. Some of the feedback that we've received thus far, while we've seen some support, definitely support and extension of the program. I think the street closure, there's been some concerns on whether the street pattern, the configuration is the most conducive to creating the drive-by traffic that some of the businesses rely on in the downtown. And also like to note that the Chamber of Commerce also conducted an independent study. They've been a great partner in this program, and as part of the 45-day review, created an online survey. And I'd just like to note one correction in the staff report, just to note that there was an error. So of the 219 survey responses, a majority of the respondents, the 73.5%, do not operate a business in the downtown Menlo Park. So I believe the opposite was stated in the staff report. So I wanted to make that correction. So just to quickly go over the existing street pattern closure. So the picture on the left is starting at El Camino. So travel lanes in both directions you can determine by the arrows. And then we have one-way extending through Doyle to Curtis, and then the northbound lane is closed to through traffic. So that was one of the changes that the council more recently adopted in July of last month. Moving over to the diagram on the right, again, two-way traffic lanes between Curtis and Chestnut, and then there is a partial closure between Chestnut and Crane. So the northbound lane between Crane and Chestnut was open as part of the last set of modifications. And then we have the closure between Crane and Evelyn on both sides of the street, and then the remainder of the Santa Cruz Avenue through University is open. Really, the two items for council's consideration or for discussion this evening is the first part is street closure modifications. So should there be any changes to the street closure configuration? So staff has identified several options here. Option one is no change. That would be to leave the travel configuration along Santa Cruz as it is today. So again, that would keep the southbound lane from Doyle to Curtis Street open, and then the northbound lane from Crane Street to Chestnut Street open, with other portions closed as the previous diagram showed. Option two is to reopen travel lanes along Santa Cruz Avenue. So this would open all three travel lanes along downtown, but would retain closure of the on-street parking spaces and maintain, allow business to also utilize the parking plazas to expand their business operations. The third option is perhaps another hybrid approach. This would reevaluate and open select portions of Santa Cruz Avenue and on-street parking areas. So if the City Council would like to consider something different than what is today, there could be a block-by-block approach that could be considered. And then a fourth option is to reopen all travel lanes and parking to pre-program street configuration. And then the next component is really the use permit piece of this. So are there any other uses besides retail, dining, personal services, and fitness studios that the City Council would like to consider? And then the second piece is to extend the permit expiration. So some of the options that we heard previously discussed is to align it with daylight savings, align the program to the end of the calendar year. We heard from some businesses that this might be preferred approach given the holiday season, and that really is an opportunity to enhance their business during the seasonal period. or the City Council can consider other options. I believe we heard that perhaps Palo Alto is extending their program through 2021. So again, for this evening, the City Council seeking direction on any modifications to the temporary outdoor use permit program, as well as the Santa Cruz Avenue street closure. Depending on the changes, the action can occur tonight. It would require an amendment to the ordinance, or staff would bring back the modifications for council's consideration at the September 8th meeting. So this concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chow, for the presentation. Are there any follow-up questions from the Council of Staff before we go to public comment? Okay, then Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, I ask any member of the public to please engage their hand in the top right side of their screen if you do have a comment on item G1 regarding update on and consideration of extension modifications to the downtown street closure and temporary outdoor use permit pilot program. So again, if you have a public comment on G1, please engage that hand feature. I'll have the opportunity to open up your mic and you can address the City Council at this time. Okay, our first speaker is Teresa Beltramo. Teresa, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Yes, good evening. My name is Teresa Beltramo. Earlier in the year, I leased a space, 842 Santa Cruz Avenue, where I will be opening an antique shop. I chose Santa Cruz Avenue because it's Menlo Park's main shopping street. Exposure and easy access were key to my decision, and the closing of the street has eliminated both of those. We're in a pandemic, as well as poor air quality now. And the ability to shop efficiently should be made easier, not harder. Please reopen Santa Cruz Avenue and keep the park lifts appreciated by me and everyone else I've talked to on Santa Cruz Avenue. And I'm sure that you've made efforts to find out. Thank you so much. I appreciate your listening. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And thank you, Ms. Beltramo, for your public comment. Are there any questions or comments or suggestions from the council regarding this item? Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, not to put anyone on the spot, but to put people on the spot. I'd actually like to hear what the subcommittee thinks about this check-in, and certainly would definitely like to hear from them as I sort of formulate where I'm at on this issue.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. So I'm not sure if Councilmember Nash or Councilmember Mueller have any input on this item.
You first.
Councilmember Mueller, you're welcome to go first.
Okay. So I, on this item, tend to lean toward the feedback that we get from the Chamber of Commerce. They've done a lot of work down there in terms of talking with the various shop owners. I actually, and I think I've said this before, you know, for those who think that this is like a pilot upon which to be relied upon in the future, I'm not sure that I would call it that because these are not ideal conditions or realistic conditions or hopefully repeatable conditions. we really took actions, the same actions that other cities took with respect to the best way to go ahead and respond to the crisis. I think where we are now in terms of success toward the future, where Eileen is just not pulling back the permits, allowing those who are using the parking spaces to continue to using the parking spaces, but to reopening the street. Because I think if, for those who would be upset by that, I would say to you, if we don't, those who advocate for the street being closed at a later time, the negative experience from this will linger and be an argument against closing the street in a future time. And I know that from when we had the pocket park. Negative experiences linger. That being said, I don't think that we're doing this at a time when everyone would be raising the white flag. There's a lot of people who've had very positive experiences with what we've done downtown. I just think that because of what's happened with the wildfires and the pandemic, that there are less people going downtown, and so it just can't be seen as successful for everyone, because it'll, no matter what, the flow that we see of people going there will be blamed for the amount of consumers actually going into shops, as opposed to going out to restaurants. So that's where I am on it now. I would say we can take those barriers that are down there to close off the street and actually barricade the parking. I think they're very easily moved from sideways to lateral. Protect that parking, keep those parklets open for street dining. And then we can revisit later on whether or not it makes sense to look at pilots for closing whatever parts of Santa Cruz Avenue that we would want for walking and for outdoor shopping and dining, depending upon whether or not safety requires it. So I don't know if that's instructive to you guys. That's seems to be what the chamber has suggested based on the input that they've received. So, but that being said, I greatly appreciate how patient our businesses downtown have been in trying to embrace this, working with us to do that. It's been very respectful conversations, and very appreciative of the enthusiasm with which the restaurant owners have jumped into this as well to serve the public. So and thankful for staff for making it work in short order, and for the chamber, who has done a tremendous amount of work. Thank you, Fran Dean. Thank you to our friends at the chamber.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. And Ms. Herron just informed me that we did have one more public comment. So Councilmember Carlton, I could take your comment if you'd like, or I can go to public comment. Okay, thank you, Ms. Herron.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So I do have Fran Dean, who has raised her hand. I'm unmuting her now. I'm not sure if she's got an official public comment or if she's just providing comment on the item. But Fran, you're off mute and you can address the City Council at this time.
Thank you very much. Deanna did a wonderful synopsis of the program. And as she stated, in anticipation of the 45-day program evaluation, we conducted the online survey to garner feedback on the Santa Cruz Avenue street closure pilot, and presented that data to council on August 11th. And those survey results were included in the staff report. What I'd like to reiterate is, we all know the pandemic presents an ongoing challenge to all business sectors, and it's compounded by the multiple changes in operational guidelines, especially when we went on the watch list and previous stepped openings were rescinded. We have no predictable knowledge on when operational guidelines will be relaxed. For example, we don't know when restaurants or personal services and fitness studios may resume indoor operations. Outdoor expansion permitting has been beneficial for these specific business sectors. And through additional correspondence, we are also aware that street closures have not been favored by some retail in the impacted area. What I'd like to focus on this evening is really the way in which you bifurcate your decision tonight. The 90-day pilot emergency ordinance under review covers the Santa Cruz Avenue hybrid street closure, and it's supported by the citywide outdoor expansion permitting. Street closures and outdoor expansion permits should be evaluated independently. Even within the downtown core, permit applications, perhaps only 60% are within the perimeter of the current hybrid street closure. Expansion permit applications, for example, include the Refuge, Carpaccio's, Coffee Bar, hair and nail salons, none of which are located in Santa Cruz Avenue. Therefore, I really urge you to look at things separately. And the outdoor expansion permitting is providing a unique lifeline for businesses, irrespective of their geographic location. Therefore, permitting should be evaluated independently. As we stated previously, we do recommend that outdoor expansion permits be extended throughout the remainder of the calendar year, minimally through the end of daylight savings, irrespective of any street closure decision. Additionally, we ask that those businesses who have invested in semi-permanent structures such as platforms later be considered for the previously formalized parklet program, if those businesses so choose to convert the applications at a later date. So please, in your discussions tonight, extend the outdoor expansion permit program beyond September 17th, which was the date established in the 90-day ordinance program description. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Fran. And Mayor Taylor, that will conclude the hands that are raised.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Councilmember Carlton?
I agree with Councilmember Mueller. He always has a very succinct way of pulling things together that I respect. And I am always happy to hear from Fran Dean, who I also respect. Her dedication is always to be commended. I think she's attended more city council meetings than anyone I've ever seen through the years. And her dedication is above and beyond, I think, what is required. I wanted to find out myself, because sometimes 5 loud people can sound like 10, and sometimes things can get missed. So I actually maybe lost my mind, but I spent 3 afternoons walking up and down Santa Cruz myself. And I didn't get to speak to everybody, but I got to speak to 41 businesses, to either their owner or the manager of that business, as is available. And my results, I think, were not, some of them surprised me. 20% of the people I spoke to, of the 40, 20% of them thought the street closures and all that were great. They loved it. And of that 20%, 5 were restaurants and 3 were retail. 22% said they were totally fine with it for now. They wouldn't want to see it permanent. But one of the things that really struck me, and this is one of the reasons why I love Menlo Park, of the 22%, a lot of them said, this isn't really good for my business, but I'm going to get by. But I know that for the restaurants, this is a matter of life and death, and I'll support that. And for all those retail people that said that, I have so much respect for them. I will support them with my dollars any way I can, because I just thought that was a really beautiful sentiment, and I saw a lot of that, and that I think is a really great thing. Not to take away from the people who said they actually didn't really like it, and that was 46%. And some of it for reasons I agreed with, some of it for reasons I didn't agree with, but those are the numbers. And about 12% didn't care. And what was interesting to me is, of the people that didn't like it, 5 of those were restaurants. So generally it came out to yes, 41, don't really like it, 46, don't care, 12. And considering I didn't get to speak to everybody, I think that's kind of a split. And the passionately no was about 10%. And interestingly, 3 of the passionately no were restaurants, and they tended to be the kind of restaurants where you would pop in and pop out of, like Bagels, Le Boulanger, places like that. And the most telling story I got was from the bagel place, who said that when COVID hit in the beginning, it was pretty intense lockdown, and their sales went down, so they could kind of track what the COVID impact was. And then they said when the street closed, their sales went down further, and so they felt that was a direct indication of the street closure. And they said pretty emphatically that if it was made permanent, they would close. And it's my son's favorite bagel place, so hopefully that won't happen. But in looking at all this and talking to people, I came to the same conclusion that we hear from Fran and that we hear from Councilmember Mueller, which is absolutely, I think we should agree to extend the outdoor expansion program. I think that it's a good experiment for the people that might want to do it permanently, maybe Anne's Coffee Shop. Anne's Coffee Shop is so fantastic. Just it's so classically old style cafe, and I think that it would be a real hit on Menlo Park to lose something so iconic. And so I looked at it, and Bagel Street Cafes sharing the block. There's no reason, maybe since the place next to Anne's is vacant anyway, why we can't, as was suggested before, move the barrier over so people can still drive up the street, people can still park in front of Bagel Street and run in and out, and we can use the parking along the side there for all the parking that Anne's Coffee Shop might need. And that way it makes Anne's Coffee Shop happy, and it makes Bagel Street Cafe happy, and people can have that continuity in driving up and down the street. So I'm in a very wordy way basically coming to the same conclusion that Councilmember Mueller did, but I'm sharing with you that I can go on and on because I've spent days now really discussing, and some people think it's the best thing ever, some people don't, but that's probably true with everything. But on, for example, the street where you've got Subway and Gletta Bistro, we can open up one side. So then Rococo and Taupe and some of the people who desperately want it to be open can have that available. So I want to keep those people, those restaurants that would like to have the outdoor expansion program. I don't want to take that away from them. I think there are ways that we can tweak this so that they can have it in a way that supports their business and allows the flow of traffic to keep the other businesses not suffering and happy at the same time. And I would love to see, as I believe it was Fran suggested, the people that have got this permit and it's working for them, to see how the city can work with them to make that permanent, because I thought it was a brilliant idea to have the outdoor dining. I think that was actually Councilmember Mueller's idea initially, to have the outdoor dining as a permanent thing. And I think it's working out for everyone. And I think it makes our downtown look more vibrant when you're going downtown, whether you're walking, biking, or driving, to see people out on the street, to see the lights. I think it's working for us. So anyway, I just wanted to share the research that I did. And I want to thank all the business people for sharing their opinions and their thoughts with me. And I'm happy to see that it appears that we're coming to the same conclusion.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Councilmember Nash.
So I've come to the same conclusion on part of it, and that is on the parklets and the temporary outdoor use. I think it's been very successful. I would very much like to see that continue. I think there's been some amazing work done there, and Bistro Vita especially. Well, actually, there's a number, Bistro Vita has done a lot. They've written in as far as they're very interested in actually continuing this through the winter, and are now looking at how to keep it covered and heated when we get into the winter weather. And so I'd very much like to support the businesses that are interested in and are having some success with outdoor dining and with outdoor retail. So I think that's been great. And one question I have, which will be part of this, is just I see that there's been Bistro Vita and Left Bank have really utilized the street and that whole area, and I have not had an opportunity, I don't know if others have, to see what they would think about, you know, what their thoughts are on that. And I've actually really been excited to see, and I just lost the name of it, but the gallery that's on the corner of Santa Cruz and El Camino has actually set up a booth by Starbucks, which I thought was just a wonderful embracing the new sort of the new outdoor space in Normal, which has been wonderful. So I'm definitely agree with everyone as far as the outdoor permitting through the end of the year at least, and encouraging people to convert their applications to permanent. Now, the other part on, well, and actually I guess one more comment on that. I actually have had a dry cleaner approach me about they would like to apply for an outdoor permit as far as just being able to use that to service some of their customers who are coming by. And so I don't know if that's something that's included under, I don't know if they actually will go forward with it and if that would be allowed, but I'd certainly like to entertain the idea of anyone who could utilize this temporary outdoor usage, I think, and if it will help their business, that would be wonderful. Regarding the street, I guess a couple observations. One is that I've had a lot of feedback, and I think that the chamber questionnaire actually also says this, and that's people are happy with having more distancing and the better distancing that the street allows. And one of my concerns and concerns that I've heard from other people is that if we open that street back up, that means that we're going to have bottlenecks on the sidewalk. And it means that there's just going to be more concern about social distancing and people walking past the dining areas, and just how does that work? I'm noticing that Fremont Park is being used more than I've ever seen before, and it's always been fairly well used, but I wonder if it would be worthwhile trying to put tables downtown so that people who are using tables at Fremont Park also could be using it downtown, and that might be a way to get more foot traffic. I don't know if there's an appetite from others to explore that, but I know that that's been something that's been successful in other cities, is to have some general eating areas where people can bring other food or sit and work or just socialize or whatever. And people are currently doing it in Fremont Park. The tables are full much of the time there. So if we put tables somewhere else, perhaps people would be encouraged and we get more foot traffic downtown. But I guess I hear the concern, I hear the experience from other council members that we do not want to essentially poison the experiment and possibly have problems or just make it so that people aren't interested in trying this in a non-COVID environment. And I'm very sensitive to that, but I'm also really hearing that and seeing in the that there is an ability to social distance and feel more get out and actually enjoy the area more so than if they were just on the sidewalks. So I'm struggling with that dilemma. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, so I think I appreciate everyone's comment. I think I'm close to where Councilmember Nash is on this issue. I was, again, very concerned about the pressure and some of the concerns that have been raised in connection with the full closure of Santa Cruz, and was very much a proponent of us of making changes that I think were sort of responded to that. And I think the change is certainly not perfect. It's not a perfect situation. Did do a lot to relieve some of that pressure and concerns by providing some access into into the street. But then to Councilmember Nash's point, also providing this ability for social distancing. It wasn't just about allowing outdoor space for restaurants. It was about allowing the pedestrian traffic to be able to separate and have some distance between each other. And so that still resonates with me. And again, I've been there, certainly didn't poll the businesses or even residents down there, but I know it can feel sometimes that like this has not been a successful experiment because it's dead at times, right? You don't see a bunch of people out, but I don't think we can forget again that like this wasn't necessarily just about providing a boost to restaurants. It was about allowing for people to go downtown and interact with all of the businesses, and not all of the pedestrian traffic be siloed on the sidewalks. And now if we go, and again, like if that's where the consensus of the council is at minimum, then I could support, obviously, just providing the parking spots for that outdoor space. But I do think, again, that raises the question of now you're going to have the pedestrian traffic back exclusively on the sidewalks, and then now you're going to add, in some places, outdoor dining options. And so I think we were, in some respects, we would be going the exactly opposite direction that we want to go as far as social distancing. So that's where I am. I think I'm inclined to be supportive of the status quo for a little bit longer. But again, if there is concerns, again, that pressure that I think was relieved when we sort of stepped away from the full closure, if there was concern that pressure is still there, then again, like I say, as I said at the beginning, I'm open to hearing people's thoughts about the right way forward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Carlton.
Sorry, I have to unmute myself. I understand that this is partly due to letting people, be able to expand as they walk down the street safely. We did this to help businesses. And in some cases, 10% of the people I spoke to said this is killing their business. Beyond their ability to be patient, it's going to kill their business. And others just passionately hate it. I don't know. But some of them very clearly communicated to me how much this is hurting them, and that is not what we intend to do. And there are ways of doing this so that people can move up and down the street safely, distance, without killing businesses. And so I look at plate 3 between Evelyn and Crane Street. Roma was kind of surprisingly, when I spoke to them, they thought it was great for now. They didn't really care if it was permanent because they have the outdoor dining anyway. They liked the expanded area, but they didn't really feel strongly. Sophie Love really strongly did not like it. Teresa's, as we heard from herself, called in, Rococo and Top, all along that street, they say it's hurting them. Is there a way we can turn it around so that Roma gets a little bit extra room, and yet we've opened up that side of the street for people to be able to park and support the other businesses there? Otherwise, on the other side of the street, Frost Travel, some of them have expressed the same. Fleet Feet love it. But on that block, if we can open up that other side and just give Roma some more space, I think it will really help those businesses. And it's important to us to balance that, to balance being able to help as many businesses as we can without hurting other businesses. And that will still leave the other side open so people can travel by foot on one side of the street, but it will provide parking spaces in front of the businesses that have clearly communicated that they want this to end and they want people to be able to park and have more easy access. And even more so, this is true on the next block, where you've got Bagel Street Cafe. The Discovery Shop really clearly said they don't like it. Ruby really clearly said they don't like it. There's Ann's Coffee Shop, again, has a vacant place next to it. Can't we have more of the parking closed off for Ann to have all the spaces? Ann's only open a few days a week now anyway. We can have the extra seating available for Ann's and still be able to open up that street to support the other businesses. It's not a zero-sum game. There's a way we can find a balance on this. On the next block, looking at it, Left Bank and Bistro Vita are happy as clams. Harvest isn't, but they're stuck between two very happy people. I think that, I'm sorry for Harvest, but and Walgreens also said they didn't like it, but I think it's working well enough on that street. But particularly where there's Ann's and also where there's Roma, if we could open up those areas, that would really help those businesses where they have communicated, they've begged us to help keep their business working. And there's a way that we can do it that supports Roma, and there's a way that we can do it that supports Ann's and supports the numerous other businesses on that side of the street too. Because I passionately believe that our restaurants are our anchor tenants that bring people down, but it has to be fair. We have to support the retail places too. I see Councilmember Mueller has his hand up.
Councilmember Mueller.
Mayor Taylor, we all keep talking. You haven't had a turn. Did you want to talk first?
No, go ahead, please. It helps me, especially Councilmember Carlton was very extensive. So it was helpful listening to her because I'm flipping the pages and drawing on the map. It's been very helpful. So thank you.
So my, here's an outside the box idea. What if we were to do something new and say that we were going to make, we were only going to close one side of the street, so, and make it, make Santa Cruz go one way on one side of the street. And I would say have it go toward, actually have it go towards Santa Cruz. So, as it go towards, have the traffic go toward El Camino, excuse me, and close, no, have traffic come away from El Camino and have it go, and have it be walking as you go toward El Camino. In that way, there would be traffic flow throughout Santa Cruz Avenue. There would be parking on one side of the street. The other side would maintain its outdoor dining availability. And for restaurants on the other side of the street, if they want to maintain parklets in front of their restaurants, they could do so.
Councilmember Carlton and then Vice Mayor Combs.
Mayor Taylor, apologize for the interruption, but just doing a time check, we will need to take a vote to extend this meeting past 11 p.m.
So moved.
Thank you. By acclamation, do I have consensus to continue this meeting?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. That is basically exactly what I just suggested. I suggested that we have one side completely open and those that need to pull it to the side, but without having to close the blocks that are currently not closed. Mike's camera expressed great happiness that block is open. So I'm suggesting that we do exactly what you suggested, except for not necessarily closing the blocks that are already open.
I could support that as a middle ground between the two options that we've supported. I think it's like right in the middle. And so I'm fine with that. That works for me. I don't know if that works for my colleagues.
I don't know if I understand. So Councilmember Mueller, I understood your proposal, which was essentially closing one lane of traffic. And so Councilmember Carlton, how is your proposal different? And for Council,
I'm agreeing with what Councilmember Mueller suggested, except for the blocks that are already completely open now, they stay completely open. So for example, where you've got Cold Stone Creamery and Bank of America, Kyosho, they're open now, they work open now, there's no reason to close them.
what about between like Curtis and Chestnut, right? That's completely open.
I would leave that completely open. Those people expressed great happiness that it's open right now.
But so then, okay, so then, except for essentially we would be, for the Ann's Coffee, Bagel Street, we would be sort of flipping to the other side of the street, which would be closed, right? Because now what's closed is in front of, is essentially the north side of the street. And so we would flip that and then close the south side of the street, right?
I would, it's already open. I would leave it open, and then we let Ann's serve food where the parking is, and we let Roma serve food where an additional area where the parking is.
So essentially what you're saying is just keep, if we're talking about, and I apologize if I'm the only one not getting this, but if we're talking about sort of the south side of the street, so keeping between Left Bank and Starbucks, or between Doyle and Curtis closed.
Yes.
And then between Crane and Evelyn, switching that to just the one side of the street and opening up the rest. Okay, so
yes, yeah.
So essentially, your proposal is to keep it closed on the south side of Santa Cruz for 2 blocks. And essentially, yeah, everything else would be open. So, I mean, in theory could be supportive of that. But I would like to say that when businesses say that this has killed, and again, I'm not a small business person, and I know that it has been a challenging time for them in many respects, but I don't know if any business can legitimately say that this has killed their business. And I would actually, if someone said to me, I'd be very suspect of everything that they said before or after that. There has been so many data points in our lives between March and now that has upended everything. And again, like, a sofa is generally not something you just sort of walk down the street and say, hey, I'm gonna buy a $5,000 sofa today, and I wasn't planning to do that. Usually that is an appointment, or specifically sort of like a shopping excursion that you have, if you have scheduled your day around, right? And so this idea that like you can't find a parking spot in front of the sofa place, and that's the reason why people aren't going there, is just not a legit. And again, like I say, I'm not a small business, but just for me, it's not legitimate that I accept that as a reason. And again, what we're talking about in a lot of cases is very high-end interior design establishments. And this is, again, not stuff that, generally speaking, you just pick up pedestrian traffic as. I'm not saying that has never happened, and that's like a 0% of their business, but again, not having a parking spot in front of your business, it's just not believable for me that has killed their business. That being said, I hear you that, like, we need to be responsive to concerns, as I was responsive the last time we brought up this issue, and then I said, look, I think we really need to look at changing this, because closing off the whole street has really concerned a lot of businesses. But again, like, as I again, I may be willing to support this, but again, I want to make it clear it's not based on these arguments that this is killing these businesses, because I just don't believe it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Ms. Chow, can you put up the 2 slides? I think one was regarding the temporary use permit, and there was another one regarding next steps, the different options that the council has. And that'll just help to keep me on task. Just listening to the council's discussion and then thinking about the first and the second discussion that led us to where we are now. Are we allowing enough time for this process to either work or fail? And we haven't even, we met our 45-day benchmark. We changed the design before that benchmark occurred. And so now we're headed to the next 45 days. And so we're going to change it again. And I understand why. It would be great if we had some software, a computer model, we can put all these ideas in and actually see it. The design of Santa Cruz Avenue, we're trying to change it with using barriers, blocking streets off, when the design of the street is not working with the changes that we're trying to make, along with the location of certain businesses. And so I'm just thinking about, I've walked downtown on a Sunday morning, I think on a Tuesday afternoon. My plan was actually to go down there today or yesterday, but just the air quality and just to kind of get a feel for different times of the days there. But the first part I would like to address are the permits. Fran brought up looking at each permit individually, and there was an attachment in our last agenda from a business owner that said that they applied for a permit 4 times. So I just want to find out, are we looking at permits individually, or are we giving them all a blanket rule? Ms. Chow.
Let's see. Thank you. I was trying to get my screen to project, and I seem to, it's not projecting. So, so with respect to permits, so interested businesses do apply. They can apply online via our Estella technology, and then we review them for completeness and making sure that they have the right components in terms of proper spacing, their insurance requirements, you know, a general description about their business, making sure that they are proposing in the correct location. So depending upon the completeness of the application and the adequacy of the application, you know, we'll have dialogue back and forth with the applicant, and then, but we, you know, are trying to be responsive, you know, receive the application, turn it around probably within, you know, within 24 to 72 hours, and coordinate with other divisions as necessarily, most likely with the Public Works Division.
Okay, the reason why I bring this up is just because this person stated they had applied 4 times. And so I'm not sure is there a problem with their application? Is there a problem with the process? And we don't have to go into detail about it now. I'm just looking for input around how many people are applying for permits, how many of them are getting approved, how many of them are not approved. Just thinking about that piece of it. And I think that the owner of Bistro Vita has asked about permitting as well. And so I'm not sure if it's the natural process should be they come to a council meeting to ask for approval of a permit, or if they're only go to the city, to our community development department to ask for a permit. So I'm just asking as kind of a follow-up from our previous meetings, public comments.
Mm-hmm. Sure, thank you, Mayor. So in response to this particular program, is that the question in terms of should they be coming through staff or coming through the city council? So we're trying to streamline the process, and so we're trying to do this. And so as part of the urgency ordinance, the city council did relax our regulations in terms of noticing, in terms of public hearings, and so we're doing this at a staff level. We did waive the fees, as I noted earlier, and so we do think that the process has been efficient working with staff. Sometimes, drawing a plan and can be new to folks, and so sometimes we just ask for additional information. We try to explain it on our webpage as clear as possible in terms of what data points are needed, and we're trying to expand our website as well to make it more user-friendly. So more recently, we just put up a sample site plan so that folks understand the information that we're looking for. So we are trying to work with our businesses, but there is back and forth dialogue. So sometimes that, I think, may have caused frustration. I know the sort of attaining barricades has been one sort of constraint from businesses, not only, the cost of the barricades, but, the timeliness of barricades. And I think that has been expressed as some concern, but I know we've been working with Public Works. They've been great at, finding vendors who are able to provide us with the water-filled barricades. And so we have been able to supply those to our businesses, and that's our intent, to continue to work with our businesses to provide that barricade when it's needed to separate between either a travel lane or a parking lot, like just vehicular movement. So that, I think, has slowed down some of the businesses, but where we've been able to provide the barricades, that I think addressed one of the comments from the person that the business that you might be referring to. I think they had the need for some barricades, and we were able to work with them on doing that.
What's the cost associated with moving things around, or even eliminating it?
So that's certainly staff time. I think in some of the scenarios that you were mentioning, we would have to reevaluate whether we have the proper types of barricades and the width. So where a street closure might have barricades going across, if we're looking to close off some of the parking spaces now and keep the travel lane open, we would need to evaluate if we have enough of the barricades. So if we need to rent or purchase them, that's also an additional expense. But certainly staff time in order to move barricades, to provide barricades to businesses, is not factored into that $30,000 that I provided earlier today. That's just for materials.
Okay, thank you. And just from your professional opinion, with the changing the street closures as the recommendation from Councilmember Carlton and Councilmember Mueller, and addressing Vice Mayor Combs, one of his statements earlier had to do with the intention, what this was about. It was about being able to socially distance. So do you see that social distancing would still be the primary goal, to allow for social distancing, outdoor dining, driving down the street? Like, is there enough room to accomplish all of those on a street?
Yeah, there's a lot of goals and a lot of interest, and I think what we're hearing here is a balance between allowing travel lanes so that people can move freely, and sort of get that drive-by traffic. We want people to be safe, and so that's why we allowed folks to expand into the parking lots to use the on-street parking spaces, and then we also hear creating that vibrancy too. So what's our sort of way to create that community and vibrancy. So I'm hearing a lot of components here that mix and match to address all of those needs. And so I think there is a happy solution between closing off some of the streets and where it's needed. Maybe it's closing off the parking, the drive aisle, so that you can still get travel lane through it. But someone who wants to expand their businesses, you can still achieve both of those. You can expand your business and have a travel lane, and that accomplishes both. And then for socially distancing, I heard maybe keeping some of the streets closed. Maybe there's still the parking lanes that are closed, the parking spaces are closed, but there's not use there, so people can expand and walk in those areas as well. So it depends if you want to close all of the parking spaces or leave them open. There's definitely a lot of options to consider.
Are there any,
Go ahead.
sorry for interrupting. Are there any businesses that are not on Santa Cruz Avenue that are using, or even on Santa Cruz Avenue, that are using any of the back parking lots, whether it's retail or restaurant, for using the open space, the parking lot area?
Yes. So not fronting Santa Cruz. So I know Coffee Bar is using the parking plaza, and then Jasco Salon is using the parking plaza. I know, let's see, Koma Sushi is using their own private parking lot. They're not on in the downtown area, but that is a business who is using their own private parking lot. So most of the others are using either the sidewalk or the on-street parking spaces.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Nash, you had your hand up.
I was actually curious whether, how you see Ann's Coffee Shop doing with their setup if we were to open up that area, and whether that's workable given how can they be reconfigured such that it would work. One of my concerns is that we would have people driving by, obviously very close to where people would be eating.
Right. We did work with Anne earlier. She previously had the tents extending into the travel lanes, and so those were relocated so they more closely aligned with the on-street parking spaces. The barricades that would be needed to separate the travel lane and the sort of dining area would take up some of that area. So we would have to take a closer look to see how the size of the tent works with, the 18, 24 inches that are needed for the planter boxes or the K-rail that's needed along that stretch if that travel lane was to reopen, but maintain closure of the parking spaces. So I think it could work. I mean, we've seen the businesses, have dining right next to the travel lanes, not only in our jurisdiction, but other jurisdictions. I know Ann's has the tents. And so I that's where I don't know if those tents would fit within once we place barricades.
Councilmember Nash.
I guess one of the things that I'm thinking of is just a restaurant such as Ann's has invested this money in and sort of has their routine down now. I believe we are not, well, the 90-day date is September 17th. We would not be making a decision until September 8th. I believe if we make any changes. So I'm just thinking about how close we are to that September 17th date in making any decisions. And as Vice Mayor Combs said, I think that I'm very skeptical of any claims that the street is actually hurting business. I absolutely believe that the business is feeling impacts, but I think that those are primarily from COVID, and that the more we can work with the businesses and try and help them through this, the better. And I'm concerned that we don't I guess I feel like we're sort of at a stable place right now, and I'm concerned that we don't make too many changes, more changes right now, where we will not be able to really do any sort of evaluation and retrospective look at this.
If I may, Councilmember Nash, so I believe we can take action this evening, so we would not need to wait till September 8th. I think it depended on the extent of the changes, but from what I'm hearing, extending the program date beyond September 17th, if it's to the end of the calendar year, if it's opening up the street, we can take that direction and modify the exhibit on the ordinance, and we can we don't have to bring it back on the 8th. We can make those changes tonight.
Ms. Child, something I brought up to the chambers last Thursday was just signage. There was some questions and concerns about not being able to find parking, be able to find the business that they wanted to go to. And we navigate downtown well because we know the area. So imagine if you didn't, but I'm not sure if there's anything possible along those lines, just about directing someone. If you want to go to Bistro Vita, if you want to go to Camper, having that direction. I don't know if the street, the areas that are blocked are a part of the navigation system. So the navigator would direct you around it. I'm not sure. So that's one piece. The other is just the aesthetics. What do you see when you go downtown? A big block that says Menlo Fire can we cover it? Can we decorate it? It's like what Ali did with his sign. He put, I think it says City of Menlo Park on there, but it's just something that's a little more appealing to the eye. And then also thinking about, I know his Saturday night dancing. I think this past Saturday was the last time. I don't know if he is interested in extending that, or if we can suggest that he does. Just thinking about ways to liven up the area, even though it's just from 9 to 11 on a Saturday evening. But just some thoughts.
Great, thank you. So in terms of aesthetics, Menlo Park Fire Protection District was generous to provide us with the K-rail, and so I think we would want to check in with the fire district if we were to make any modifications to the barricades. I think they're there and visible so that people know this is a closed street. I know we have the trees sort of on the back side of the street closure. So if there's other ways that we want to look at potentially enhancing that's an option. But I don't think we would want to make any modifications to the barricades without first consulting the fire district. And then in terms of dancing, that raises another good question. So it's another type of use, if you will. And so that may be something that the council wants to explicitly add as an allowed use to this outdoor permit provision, usually live entertainment and music, and would be sort of subject to a different review. And so, if that's something that the council wants to allow, then perhaps we can be explicit to adding that to the permit or the urgency ordinance. And then signage, are you, Mayor, for clarification, so like if someone's using Waze or something, are you asking if it shows that there's street closures so that people can get to a business more easily, or are you asking like for wayfinding signage?
Yes. Well, actually both. It was a question I asked the chambers, and we can follow up offline about this, but just giving some voice to the concerns that have been expressed around getting around downtown. Some comments made it seem like it just made it extremely impossible. And since we know downtown well, I mean, some people have different experiences than we do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I don't know off the top of my head if the temporary street closures were added into any sort of technology wayfinding, and then more on sort of wayfinding signage. Yeah, that would take more coordination and and funding if we were looking at ways to provide uniform signage or something aesthetically pleasing to direct folks to where they're going. But hopefully they'll have their app and say, this is I'm heading this way on the block.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I was just going to share. When I first started doing public service, I don't know, while in the city, there was an older elected who shared a statement with me that really stuck with me. And they said to me was that the relationship you have with your constituents is not unlike that with your spouse, and that feelings are facts. So while you may be skeptical of the way a constituent may see an issue, the way they feel about it is a fact that you have to deal with. It's not fair how sometimes we are perceived by our constituents, but the feelings that they feel as an absolute effect on the way the city can conduct business and on what you are capable of doing going forward. So I just remind everyone of that. That advice has served me well through the years. And I just wanted to share with you all now because I think you guys know that I am very interested in trying to maintain this pilot in a way that works to take all the wonderful benefits from it. So that I just share that for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Carlton. Councilmember Carlton,
All
you're
right,
on
just
mute.
to to myself. I had another question for her if she could come back because I love what Bistro Vita is doing. I love what the outdoor dining is. I misunderstood. Is there some reason why Ann's Coffee Shop could not do outdoor dining in the parking spaces in the same way that the other restaurants have been doing, but we could just extend it to more parking spaces to give them the tables they need?
So thank you, Councilmember Carlton. So I think one of the concerns I was just expressing was with the tents, if we did open up the travel lanes, the additional barricades that would be needed to separate the travel lane between the dining area might reduce that area where the tent is now. And so I don't know if that's going to fit as it fits today. And then if it does reduce some of the area and they need to extend beyond their sort of store frontage, the way that the permit is set up now is that they would need to receive support from their neighboring businesses so that they're not losing out on the opportunity to expand their business operations.
Okay, because if it's a matter of tents, I don't think that's prohibitive as much as to Councilmember Mueller's point. Every other business on that block has asked us to open the street, and it's not okay for the city to play favorites when all the other businesses have asked us to open the street. And that's why I asked that we work with Ann's Coffee Shop to find, there's a vacant store right there in front. I don't know how much of that we can take over, but I know that I'm looking at it and there's 3 parking spaces and then there's an empty area where we can take up more parking along there for Ann's. We can work with Ann's, and I would love staff to work with Ann's to make sure that we find something that works for them, but that is respectful for every other business on that block that has asked us to open up. And on the other block, I think Roma have always been a wonderful part of the community, and I think they would be happy to work with us in the same way to find parking spaces that work for them in the same way that they have been doing, so that we could open up that side of the street. It's only 2 half sides of the street where the people have overwhelmingly asked that we open it up. And I think we can support 1 restaurant on each block to make quite a number of other businesses feel that they have the support of the city council, as well as the opening up and having the support that they feel they need to give to their customers.
Vice Mayor Combs and then Councilmember Nash.
Yeah, I mean, there's been sort of lots of alternatives. And so if at some point I would appreciate, I mean, we're not there at this moment, if someone were to make a motion, because please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Chow, I think you are looking for a specific motion. And so I would like to see that, and also, you know, this specifically sort of, you know, delineated, like what stays open, what closes, and what we sort of, where we block off parking spaces or where we don't, or if that's something where we're looking for staff to come back with a specific recommendation. But what I can say is, and I do appreciate, you know, and as I said in the beginning, I never run a small business, and I appreciate that there are challenges, and I can't say emphatically that there hasn't been an impact to some businesses because of the closing. But I feel so much in our country recently, we've gotten into the realm of facts don't matter, right? The truth is what I say it is. And I'm just not going to accept that personally. Maybe it's just me, but I'm going to say, yeah, you know what? Your feelings are your feelings, your emotions are your emotions, but there are sort of real, like, facts that exist in the world. And I think that the more and more we as a society move back to that, and don't let our sort of dialogue be sort of you know, overwhelmed by this sense that there are no facts and I can just tell you whatever I want to tell you. And again, this is what we're getting again from you know, very influential and powerful figures in our society at the moment. And so I do think, again, like I say, for me, it's you know, when a business says that, like, again, your concerns are valid, and I think that that's what this dialogue has been about, sort of addressing those concerns. But I get to say that I don't think that those concerns are rooted in fact, and that definitely will frame how I approach this issue. And so I think that that's where I'm at. And again, like I say, you know, the extent to which some clarity on exactly what staff is looking for, and if there is someone who wanted to sort of clearly, you know, spell out what this looks like going forward, I'm open to hearing it. I do share, though, the concern that this is, I think Mayor Taylor brought this up, that this would be the sort of the third iteration, and that, like, have we given any of, I mean, again, like I say, I appreciated the pressures with regards to the full blockage, but, like, have we given this iteration enough time and before we go and change it again? Again, like I say, I can be supportive. I want to see what sort of direction comes of this, but you know, but this is something that we haven't given lots of time, and where we are responding to emotions that seem to be you know, contrary to facts on the ground.
Councilmember Carlton.
I don't want to cut. Deanna, did you want to respond, or did you want me to?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Combs. I just wanted to be quick, and so in terms of Vice Member Combs's request, or, you know, what is staff seeking, and this was set up for, you know, the council to have conversation, to have discussion from the August 11th meeting. And so if there are no changes that the council desires, you know, we can perfectly continue with the program as it was adopted on July 16th. What I'm hearing, though, I think unanimously, is a desire to continue the program. And so that would need to change as part of the urgency ordinance if we wanted to extend it beyond September 17th. But if there is no need or, you know, interest in changes to the street configuration, it's perfectly fine to continue to move forward with that. And, you know, we can set up another evaluation period if that's where the council wants to head. or if the council has a desire to identify modifications to the street closure, we can take that feedback and update the ordinance and make the implementation in the field as well and have that become active. So thank you, Councilmember Carlton, for letting me speak.
Sure.
Councilmember Carlton.
Certainly. I agree on the facts thing, and I was getting tired of rumor, which is why I went out sort of knocking on doors myself to find out exactly what was going on and what people were thinking. I'm going to make a motion, and we'll see how that works out. From my lips to God's ears, I wish that COVID would end at the end of the year. My sad gut feeling is this is going to last longer than any of us maybe thought it would. So I don't think it's going crazy to extend the outdoor expansion program to the end of the year. Those that are really finding it works for their business, I support Fran Dean's suggestion that they get put on the list for it permanent. If it's working for them, that's great. The reason we're doing this is to support businesses, and that's fantastic. So my motion is to extend the outdoor expansion program and to support option 3, which is a hybrid approach. And in that hybrid approach, we would open up the left side of the street facing El Camino Real. I guess that's north, we keep changing, between Evelyn and Crane, and between Crane and Chestnut on the left side of the street or the north side of the street. But directing staff to work with Anne's Coffee Shop and Roma to make sure that they can expand out into the parking area, the tables that they need to have to support their business. And that offers a decent balance between supporting our retail stores and supporting our restaurants and making sure that everyone stays in business as well as they can. And to Councilmember Combs' point, we've got fire, we've got so much happening right now and so many moving parts. I don't know when the locusts are coming, but all that being there, that's my motion, is for the hybrid and to extend the outdoor expansion program.
Councilmember Mueller. You're on mute.
I just wanted to point out that everyone has their gut instincts, but we really don't know if the businesses are being impacted downtown by the closure or not. So, so I just, we just don't know. We have our instincts of what we believe, but there is no empirical data to tell us. So it's really is, in my opinion, a battle of feelings, gut instincts. So that's all.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I just want to state that our constituents are the businesses, but our constituents are also the residents. And in the chamber survey, for the question, do you think the Santa Cruz Avenue street closures are too much? 16%, about right, 51.6%, too little, 32%. So we've got 84% of the people saying that they think that the street closures are about right or even too little, that they want to see more. When looking at, do you think that the Santa Cruz Avenue street closures should temporarily remain in place? 69% say yes. 18% say yes with modifications, and 12% say no. So I am struggling with this. One piece that's I'm struggling with more is the fact that we do have the fires so that people are not out as much. But I think I actually would like to ask that we bifurcate the way we did earlier in this meeting, bifurcate the parklets and supporting the outdoor permits from the street closures, please.
Councilmember Carlton.
Sure. I really don't want to attack the research that was done because I like Fran, and 11% of the people that responded to that survey don't work or live in Menlo Park. I've heard that people took that survey and forwarded it to their friends who had certain viewpoints to support the viewpoint, which happens a lot with the surveys that we have. 200 people responding out of 4,000 people in Menlo Park isn't statistically significant and is relatively meaningless, particularly considering over 10% of those are not our residents. So I think it's an interesting document that we can look at as one piece of information, but doesn't hold a candle to actually going out and talking to people. And I don't really put a lot of credence in using that as a basis for making decisions.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Councilmember Nash.
I have also been getting emails. I don't know if you have.
I've been receiving. Councilmember Mueller and then Councilmember Nash. Sorry, Ms. Herron.
Can everyone just sort of state where they are on this right now? Like just sum it up real quick. Because honestly, what I think for me where I am on it is like I've shared where I am. I'd like to try to get as close to the motion that passes as possible because I don't think it's a smart idea to have. I don't think it's in any of our interests to have a motion that's 3-2. Like I want this program to be successful. So I'd like to try to get as close as possible to that.
Councilmember Nash.
Well, I think everybody probably recognizes on the parklets. I think we've got a strong case there. I am having trouble voting for reopening everything but the two blocks at this point. I think it's better than. I'm happy that there's I believe consensus to keep the block with Left Bank Bistro Vita, and I'm happy that there's I believe consensus to keep at least half the block with Fleet Feet. But I'm concerned about Ann's Coffee Shop, even though I recognize that there's some other businesses there who really want it open. They do have the other side of the street. And I think that it's, I would like to keep Ann's Coffee Shop, that section closed, because I believe that beyond Ann's Coffee Shop, it has been an area which has been, I think, well, I would actually like to see some picnic tables out and actually have people be able to bring their bagel out there, which I actually think people would be interested in doing. And people, to have people be able to bring their coffee there and see whether we can actually get some more foot traffic through there. So I would be interested in keeping that section closed, and I'd also be interested in possibly putting out some picnic tables and seeing if we can generate some more interest in people being downtown, socially distanced.
Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, to responding to Councilmember Mueller's request, I mean, I can support Councilmember Carlton's motion. I will admit I do it somewhat begrudgingly because I think to Councilmember Nash's point, I just it's a it's a somewhat limited pilot at the moment, right? It is not a full closure of Santa Cruz as you see in like in Palo Alto with University and other communities, and so so I have the concern. But to answer your question, I could support the motion of Councilmember Carlton. I do think that does shrink this program to where we know it has support or where there is not major opposition, and then thereby I think doesn't sort of poison the well going forward as far as like other efforts to sort of rethink of Santa Cruz separate from the pandemic that we're in. And so I think that's where I am. Hopefully that was clear.
Yeah, get it.
Yes,
Mayor,
it was clear. Yes, Councilmember Mueller?
I was just going to ask Mayor Taylor, do you know where you are on it now?
I am, well, what I stated earlier, and to have the hybrid approach, I'm not sure if I support it fully. This really needs to be, I believe, like a field trip. We walk and talk because there are a lot of dynamics downtown that are not captured on a piece of paper. And so, and trying to make this decision nearing midnight, it seems to be not necessarily rushed. But if we want to make a decision tonight, there are some things that are not going to be included because it's not possible. And so, so honestly, I'm not sure where I am on it. Vice Mayor Combs and Councilmember Carlton makes sense, and so does Councilmember Nash. And then even what you brought up, Councilmember Mueller, makes sense. And so I think there's a couple of challenges. One, we're not in the space that we're talking about physically. And then two, it being nearly midnight and trying to make this decision. And then three, because this has come to us, this is the third time, and a lot of time hasn't passed. We're not 4 months into this project or program. We're into it by a month and a half. So I'm kind of stuck there at the moment. Councilmember Carlton?
Sure. I hear what Betsy's saying, what Councilmember Nash is saying. And I see the vision of people out eating bagels, sitting next to people with Ann's Coffee Shop. It's all beautiful, but Ann's Coffee Shop, the majority of the time, is all folded up, and the tables aren't available for people to sit down. And Bagel Street Cafe has made it very, very clear to me that while we may envision people sitting outside, that's not what their customers do. Their customers want to pull in really quickly, grab a bagel, and leave. The majority of their customers. And this is what the Bagel Street Cafe people tell me. I wish we could have this, the vision that you're saying, because I think that would be really cool. But the owner of the bagel shop is telling me that's not what their customers do. That's not what they want. That the reason why it's hurting them, and the they had the most compelling story, I thought, in the sense that they said when COVID hit, they took a hit in the people eating bagels, but it visibly went down when the street closed, which is why they felt it was the street itself. So when I want you to know I'm listening to you and I understand the vision, but I'm being told by the people that own the business that that's not going to happen, even if we put the tables out. That's not what their clientele want. Their clientele want to pull in and out. And when I'm being implored by all the businesses, it is playing favorite. And I love Ann's Coffee Shop. They have awesome pies. But it is playing favorites at the expense of other businesses. And that's why I suggest it. Honestly, I wish everybody was really happy with this because it would make all of our lives easier. But I'm just telling you what the owner has explained to me.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, a question, Councilmember Carlton. So in your proposal, are we reopening the parking spaces in front of Bagel Street Cafe? Or will all of that parking remain closed and we're just opening up the travel lane on Santa Cruz on that north side, what we're calling the north side of the street? Because again, I mean, like if we're trying to very specifically trying to like respond to the concerns of individual businesses, right? Then because to me it would seem like for safety reasons, for lots of reasons, you would still like keep all of that parking blocked off, even in front of the Bagel Street Cafe, and then you're not getting that in and out. And let's say even if we did, like, right, I mean, you would still close off some of those for Ann's, and maybe even to give Ann's just a little bit. And so you'd probably still be talking about at most like 3, parking slots sort of in front of Bagel Street Cafe. And of course, we're not reserving them for customers of Bagel Street Cafe. So at any moment in time, the idea that they would be accessed by someone going to Bagel Street Cafe is not likely. But this is the whole thing. What I go back to, like, facts can be problematic, but that does not make them unimportant, right? That in fact makes them more important, and they allow you to sort of go beyond the concern and the emotion a little bit. And so, like, I don't know if we can accomplish what Bagel Street Cafe wants us to accomplish unless we're just sort of saying, hey, we're going back to pre-pandemic, everything's open, all the parking spots are open, which doesn't seem like there's consensus there. So again, I just want to point out that, like, there are, even as we sort of go down this route of trying to respond to a specific business's concerns, I don't know that we can really do it. I just want to say I do hear, I think maybe the mayor or some other have made the point that we're getting to midnight and probably not as sharp as we were some hours ago as we discussed this issue, and I would just sort of agree with that.
So to address that, Le Boulanger, Ruby, Bagel Street, and Discovery Shop all really, really want the parking spaces open. What I was suggesting is half of them open up and half of them stay for Ann's Coffee Shop, which would give Ann's Coffee Shop, can you hear me? You're all, some of you frozen. It would give Ann's Coffee Shop a huge amount of room for their tables and would open up a lot of parking for Bagel Street, Ruby, Le Boulanger. I'm willing to meet halfway at this point and say, fine, even if we don't open any parking spots, to Councilmember Mueller's point before, just opening up that street so people can go from one end of Santa Cruz to the other helps people find stores without having to zig in and out. That not being able to go from one end to the other is problematic in people navigating our downtown. So it's not, what I'm asking is not huge. You still have 3 blocks closed on one side. It's just opening really half of one area on one side of the street and then 1 block on the other side of the street. And I agree with you on facts. And sadly, these days, it's hard to know exactly hard facts, but I think what Ruby and Le Boulanger and Bagel Street and Discovery Shop are saying, I think are facts to them. At least that's what they're reporting. And that's what I'm trying to respond to. So I'm happy to meet halfway and say, let's just open it up so that at least the street can go down so that people can navigate and find things easier. I see Councilmember Mueller has his hand up, so I'll let him speak. Sorry.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I'm fried, guys. So we got to either make a decision, or for me, I'm asking that if we could make a decision that on a motion, or if we could say that we're coming back in 2 weeks and appoint a subcommittee to go out together and put 2 people out to argue it out. But I'm fried personally.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. I believe that you're not the only one. And we have 2 committees so far, a task force with Councilmember Carlton and I, and then the subcommittee with Councilmember Nash and Mueller. And our city manager, Ms. Starla Jerome Robinson, maybe can help us out with who would do the work. So that was one piece. And what was the other piece that you said, Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, so what I'm saying, so what I actually would think would be great would be, because I think, I actually think it, so Mayor Taylor, I know you want to go look at it. Maybe, maybe it's worth it to say that you go look at it with Councilmember Carlton, and that Councilmember Nash and I can keep, and we'll just trust Councilmember Combs, Vice Mayor Combs to do the work. But Councilmember Nash and I in the next 2 weeks can look at it and see what we can reach. And Mayor Taylor, you and Councilmember Carlton can do it together. And then we come back and we say, and then it gives it another 2 weeks, because right now, let's face it, with where there's going to be probably a lot of smoke down there for 2 weeks anyway. So gives us 2 weeks to figure it out. But that way we come in and we all come in and we all make a commitment to each other that we're coming in that night with how we want to go. So
Prepared. Yes.
Yeah. So.
Thank you. Our city manager first, Vice Mayor Combs, and then Councilmember Nash.
Well, okay, so 2 things. One, the council asked for this to be on the agenda tonight. It was an information item last week. So you don't actually have to take any action, but of course, if you want to, you can. And I think secondly, on the 8th will be slightly less than a week short of the timeout period for the 90 days. So I guess if you're going to go look at it, you'll want to think about whether you wanted to extend it or not. And then third, just as a gentle reminder, on the meeting of the 8th, we have already a pretty strong agenda. So this will add to that. And by strong, I mean a number of items. So, but if I hear what you're saying, you're sort of dividing and conquering into two semi-subcommittees and one solo performer, Vice Mayor Combs. And you'll all go down and look at it and evaluate and then be ready to come back and make a decision. Is that it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then we will continue G2 to the next agenda.
Let's see. It was Vice Mayor Combs and then Councilmember Nash.
Yeah, or the lone wolf, I guess, apparently is what I'll call myself. I just want to say, like, to be completely transparent, I think I can be supportive of the last option or proposal that Councilmember Carlton threw out there. But yeah, this is certainly not a decision I want to be making at midnight, right? I think it is something that we should all sort of think through and do our own sort of due diligence just a little bit more. So completely supportive of the approach it looks as though we're taking.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Nash and then Councilmember Mueller.
So I am very supportive of this approach and coming back on the 8th. I was wondering if there's any point in, I believe we can probably make a motion to about the outdoor use and pass it, although I'm not sure if there's any point in doing that tonight as opposed to, I guess, City Manager Jerome Robinson, is there any point in doing that piece of it tonight as opposed to when we're all fresher?
I think it would be better if you took collective action when you're all, so that there's a series of motions that you all agree on.
Thank you. So to follow up, since we're not voting on item G1, essentially we're continuing it, not necessarily to the next meeting. So does that mean we can, I don't know if anyone has an opinion on G2 or if we're continuing that item. So does anyone have any thought on G2? It's actually not a heavy item. Councilmember Carlton? Oh, you're on mute, Councilmember Carlton.
I was saying I'm a night owl, so I'm quite happy to do G2. I don't think it's going to take much time, but out of respect to my colleagues, I defer to them.
So Councilmember Nash? You're on mute. Yes, it's time to mute.
I guess it's time. I was just going to say, I am happy to proceed with this. I think it will also be very quick.
Great.
And Councilmember Mueller? We're speaking about item G2.
Everyone's assured that it's a short item, sure. I did want to say that if if Vice Mayor Combs doesn't want to be the lone wolf, I'm pretty malleable on this issue. If you want to work with Councilmember Nash, I'm fine. I love working with Councilmember Nash, but I also don't want you to feel like you got left out. So if you two want to work together, I'm totally cool with it, and I'd be perfectly comfortable. So does that sound like a plan to you guys, or?
I'm fine either way.
I'm totally. Yeah, I think the current sort of pairing is fine with me. I was just making a joke. It's totally fine.
Cool. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, item G2, adopt resolution 6581 to approve amendments to the salary schedule as of August 30th, 2020 to include salary ranges for information technology staff, needs and receive update on personnel vacancies as of August 18th, 2020. And we have our staff here, Ms. De La Santa, our Human Resource Manager, to introduce the item.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Taylor, Vice Mayor Combs, and City Council members. Again, the Human Resources Manager, Teresa De La Santa here. So I know given the late hour, I was planning to summarize the report, which I can do if there's a desire to do so, or I can just be available for questions. Is there a preference before I get moving on here?
Yes, I will actually steer towards questions from the council if they have them, if that's possible. If the council has any questions on this item. Councilmember Carlton. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now? Sorry about that. I just had one statement on, I read one aspect of this, one sentence that said, many neighboring agencies did not take the reductions as Menlo Park, resulting in the perception that other agencies are more stable and place a higher value on their employees. And when I read this, I understand why it was in the report, but it also, to be honest, upset me a little bit because I can guarantee you, my colleagues also, truly agonized over a lot of these layoffs. they're really hard to make. And it's hard on council and hard as staff that sometimes you become a thing and not a human being. You become a council member, you become a police officer, you become what your title is. And we are very aware that these are human beings with feelings. And there's that great quote with Robin Williams, which is, you have no idea what everyone's going through, what other person's going through, be kind. People are struggling with their sick family members. People are struggling with their children. They're human beings. And we did not make layoffs and cuts lightly. I think we had like 9 different meetings going through all this. It was really difficult. And I do not want staff to think that we don't value them. I don't want the police to think that we don't value them. We do. And we deeply appreciate the service of the people that work very hard to keep our city running, whether that's making sure that the streets are safe physically or the streets are safe metaphorically. We sincerely appreciate the people that work hard to make Menlo Park a success. And I hope that people understand that. And that as we made these decisions that were very, very, very difficult, we made them because we were under the gun to try and balance an unbalanceable budget, not because we didn't like or appreciate any individual or any group of individuals. And I can only speak for myself, but I think I speak for my colleagues as well, that we want to make sure that the staff, the police, the people that answer the phones, all the way down, that we do appreciate them and we appreciate the hard work that they're doing. And we hope that there's never any misconception in that. And it disturbs me when I read things like that in staff reports. Sorry, I get emotional. Maybe I get too emotional because it's late at night, but I mean that I mean that very sincerely.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Are there any other follow-up questions or comments on this item? If not, are we ready to make a motion? Or
Mayor Taylor, we will need to take public comment on this if there is any.
thank you for reminding me again. Ms. Herron, can you check to see if we have any public comment?
I sure can. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item G2 regarding a resolution approving amendments to the salary schedule, please engage your hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So again, this is public comment for item G2 regarding amendments to the salary schedule. And seeing no hands raised, we can move on to the motion or discussion. Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And if there aren't any other questions or comment on this item, does anyone want to make a motion? Councilmember Nash?
I was making a motion.
Thank you for clarifying, Councilmember Nash. So I have a motion by City Councilmember Nash and a second by City Councilmember Carlton to adopt resolution number 6581 to approve amendments to the salary schedule as of August 30th, 2020 to include salary ranges for information technology staff needs and receive update on personnel vacancies as of August 18th, 2020. With the motion and second on the floor, is there any further City Council discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Councilmember Carlton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And in light of the hour, I believe there are 2 items remaining, which are city manager report and council member reports. And Ms. Jerome Robinson, do you have any report outs?
I don't have anything new on the COVID-19 or anything else. So thank you, Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. And are there any reports from the council? No? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the discussion that began literally at 5 p.m. and it is now August 26th. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant rest and I will see you all soon. Good night.